Hey, everybody. Will thought he was going to be live, but I wanted to give Will a very nice intro. I am always excited for the first Thursday of every single month because one of my favorite people in the world gets to join me. You know him as the doctor. I know him as friend. Will Dodson is here tonight, and what's odd, he is not at home. So let's give a warm San Antonio welcome to Dr. Will Dodson. Hello.
Hey, Dr. Dollop is in the house. Live from San Antonio, where I can confirm that the Alamo does not have a basement, but it does have a Fuddruckers. That's what they died for.
It's really all that matters. So what's going on? Why are you in San Antonio?
Yeah, I'm here at the National Popular Culture and American Culture Association Conference. It brings together academics, independent academics, professors from various universities and colleges, graduate students from around the world, and they present on various topics in pop culture. There's a very healthy horror area that brings together all the goths and the exploitationeers and the Freudian gialli experts. So I'm here. I'm going to be presenting based on the essay that I contributed to the recent book about Todd Browning. Be doing a panel. I've already I already ran into an old friend that I hadn't seen in like 10 years, just randomly. Wow. At the book vendors area where I posted the American Twilight Cinema of Tobe Hooper book as being prominently displayed, which I very much appreciate. Thank you, University of Texas Press. Yeah, so I'm here at the conference. I'm in my hotel room. I'm on the 36th floor of the Marriott River Center. Yeah, I don't know. There's not really much to do in San Antonio.
Why don't you tell us about this picture?
Yeah, oh man, yeah, this is I went by so all the different university presses and independent academic presses, like Bloomsbury and Rutledge, and here at this table, McFarland. Here at this table is the University of Texas Press. And I walked in, and I wasn't sure what I was going to say. I was like, well, maybe they'll have my book in the back somewhere. But there it is, right up front, right in front of Stephen King. So you know somebody's going to see it. And if anybody's watching in San Antonio, run up to the Marriott. You get 30% off.
Use code disconnected. Yeah, this is awesome. It's awesome that you got such widespread appeal to have this right in the front for everybody. It's nice that you were able to bribe somebody to put it right there in the middle, and it looks fantastic. It looks like a real book. Will, great job.
Well, all credit goes to my editing partner Chris Wolfter and the contributors who really elevated. I'm on board to be the shameless huckster. That's my role. So far so good. We've got a good partnership.
It looks great, sincerely. I hope you have a wonderful time in San Antonio. Anything else crazy go? You literally just got there today, right?
Today. It's been a busy week, actually. Don't tell anybody, but I used the conference to actually snag a couple extra days off. And I took the family, my younger two children, to see Bikini Kill, who are on their reunion tour. I've actually had tickets to this since 2020, but it keeps getting rescheduled, and we finally got to see them. So my 10-year-old Helen, I've got a little video of her on my shoulders so she can see, and she's singing Rebel Girl and everything. And it's going to be a real 90s revival for me. Next week, I'm going to see Skinny Puppy.
Wow.
It's pretty exciting. And Bruce Campbell. Next Monday, Bruce Campbell's coming to Durham, North Carolina. He's got this thing called Bruce-O-Rama.
Yeah, he's touring that everywhere right now, I think.
So we're gonna go, and I'm gonna try to. I'm scheduled to take a picture with him. And back in 1996, I sent him an email. It was this new thing we had. And I asked him if I could interview him for my college newspaper, and he wrote back and said if I sent him 10 questions and gave him a couple weeks, he'd send written answers. So when I see him, I'm going to say, no rush, man, but my editor is getting really on my case. If you could get to those at some point.
Tell him your deadline is next Wednesday or something.
Yeah. Come on, man. Mr. Big Shot.
That's pretty great. So you saw Bikini Kill. Any other films watched for the first time recently, or any fun pickups at home that you want to talk about?
Oh gosh, yes. I've been watching a lot of Alejandro Jodorowsky. Just saw Fando Elise for the first time.
Nice.
That was an experience, very much. Based on the recommendation of a friend of Bruce Campbell, Josh Becker, the director, wrote about this in his Substack. The pre-code Tarzan movie, Tarzan Finds a Mate, which is very much pre-code. I could not believe the gore. People getting arrows shot into their skulls.
Nice.
And the lovely and talented Maureen O'Sullivan, who stars in Todd Browning's The Devil Doll. She plays Johnny Weissmuller's mate. And before the code started getting enforced, she had a very different outfit. And this movie is 1934, and I could not believe what she was wearing. It was like, I don't know how they got away with it. It was, right. And it's actually not a bad movie. It's Tarzan against some poachers, some ivory poachers. So those are a couple that I watched. Pickups. I'm trying to avoid pickups right now because there's so much happening. Those are the first two movies that come to mind, though.
Did you happen to watch After Sun from last year yet?
No, I haven't.
I will warn you now. You, of all people, will likely be reduced to full-blown sobbing.
Okay.
It is an incredible achievement, and it will speak to you very, very closely.
After Sun.
After Sun. It is a wonderful film. Very interesting way to make it, and just some beautiful imagery throughout. Watched that on Monday, and still thinking about it almost consistently since Monday. It's been a tough week because of that movie, I will say.
Wow.
Yeah, it's incredibly well made. The only real pickup I want to highlight is from a company that is very new, called Treasured Films, and this is their release of The Last Hunter. And
that should be waiting on the doorstep when I get home.
I just got this in because Graham Lloyd, who is the founder of Treasured Films, reached out to me because Disconnected was the first one that shared any information about Treasured Films, and he said, because of you, we definitely got multiple sales, so we're going to send you a copy. And this just got here, and it came all the way from the UK in glorious, wonderful packaging. They had beautiful packing peanuts inside. Obviously exaggerating, but really well packed. It's something that you can trust. Came with a nice folded full-size poster, and it's fairly heavy duty, double-sided with the new art and the original art. The release has some really good sides. So the J card is just a slip on the back, thankfully. Nice. Best part, it fits in the box. Don't have to fold anything. Goes right inside. The release itself comes with a very hefty booklet and lots of writing, some decent pictures. Comes with a set of art cards, and of course, the most important part, really nice release of the film with tons of special features. And the amount of work that went into this for a first release is incredibly impressive. This looks like a remarkable film. I will be watching it soon, and I am hoping that they can do some wonderful things with this coming soon, because Treasured Films is off to a wonderful start with this first release.
Oh, everybody needs to pick that film up. I have mine ordered from Diabolic. Antonio Margaretti, Great director. You probably know him best from doing The Hunter from the Future, but he can also make good films. And this is one of them. Love this movie.
The one of the producers for the release was Eugenio Ercolani, who was on the channel earlier this year, or maybe even late last year. And he and Nathaniel Thompson and Troy Howarth all did some work on this, and it's just a fantastic looking release. I'm very impressed with the first release, and unfortunately for them, it sets a really high bar. I can't wait to see what comes next.
Well, hey, if any of those guys are listening, if you need some extra Antonio Margheriti content, and you're ready to lower the bar,
I will absolutely pass this on to Graham. This looks incredible. So please take a look for it. Are you ready to get some announcements going? I think.
Oh my gosh, so much to talk about. I'm still scatterbrained from the travel, or I'd wax on. Yes, Cannibal Apocalypse as well. I'd wax on about more stuff that I watched over the past couple of weeks. The Criterion Hall that I got in. But let's get to it. People don't need to know what's going on in my life. Let's get to the films.
Let's do it. Let's talk about Absolute Beginners, the musical. This was our first announcement this week. This is with David Bowie, and this is coming from Sandpiper Pictures, the new offshoot, supposedly, of Olive. And we are getting Absolute Beginners from 86 and I Could Go On Singing featuring Judy Garland. That is from 1963. Both of these are coming on May 9th. Anything special from these for you?
Oh, yeah. Well, Absolute Beginners is kind of underappreciated. Julian Temple, people probably know best for directing The Filth and the Fury, the Sex Pistols documentary. He also did a great doc on The Clash. And his daughter is in Ted Lasso.
Yep.
But the soundtrack to this film is great. It's so fun. I think it was previously available as a Twilight Time release.
Correct.
So if you don't have the Twilight Time, this is the way to go. I don't know if this is an improved version. I don't know if it has different extras or anything. But
yeah, no features listed yet. This is unfortunately one of the ways that Sandpiper's been doing this is they don't announce a lot of the features, and I don't think they're able to get many of the Twilight Time features because those, as most people that were fans of Twilight Time will know, a lot of them were made in-house by a couple individuals, and the founder of Twilight Time has now passed on, and based on that, who knows where the rights for those extras are.
Yeah, rest in peace, Nick. So it is, I believe, out of print. So if you're unfamiliar with this film, this would be the way to check it out. Julian Temple's always an interesting filmmaker, whether he's doing documentary or narrative. So this is a fun movie. It won't change your world, but you will enjoy it.
Let's talk about some of the best artwork of the week then, and that is Mafia Mama.
I just saw my wife and I went to see Scream 6, and this trailer was there, and I was like as the trailer went on, I was like, I started out with what the, and then what the fuck, and then what the fuck. And wasn't this already made with isn't this like Mickey Blue Eyes with Hugh Grant? Wasn't that the same premise? I could be wrong. I never saw Mickey Blue Eyes.
Cover art for this obviously looks not great. This is coming on June 6th, and it's the special features that it's got is a Red Band trailer. That's it. But this is with Toni Collette and Monica Bellucci, two people that I've respected very much. But then with this cover, I don't know.
Well, sometimes you have like a nephew or a niece, and you want to send them to college or something, and this is what you do.
Yeah.
Oh, Sardis asked if Ray Davies of the Kinks was in Absolute Beginners, and the answer is yes.
Yeah. Let's go to the next one. Oscilloscope Pictures is sending out Poser from 2021 to people that are a part of their circle of trust. This is on the way to me now. For this one, it says Wallflower Lennon Gates yearns for access to the inner sanctum of the underground music scene in Columbus, Ohio. When she creates a podcast to interview the local artist she adores, Lennon discovers her own musical ambitions, develops a fast friendship with a striking, confident performer, Bobby Kitten, and in the process creates an identity not wholly her own. Soon, Lennon's aspirations, with some constructive coaxing from Bobby to find her voice, lead her down a path of dark obsession. This comes with an audio commentary with the directors Noah Dixon and Ori Segev and Sylvie Mix. There is a behind-the-scenes mixtape, and then a Sylvie Mix and Bobby Kitten chemistry read, and then a musical performance, which this sounds right up my alley, and I cannot wait to get this one in.
I feel like they adapted this from my diary because this is pretty much how I feel about my relationship with you. I've slowly grown more and more fixated.
Is it a dark obsession?
Well, all my obsessions are pretty dark.
Thank God. Maybe someday we'll share the picture of the shrine. Stan says he likes his cover art. I agree. This looks fantastic, and Oscilloscope does great stuff. Great stuff.
Yeah, this looks pretty cool. I know nothing about it, but that description is quite enticing.
Very, very speaking to me. Let's get into some Arrow. On June 6th in the US, they are giving us Warriors 2 from 1978 with Sammo Hung, of course. This was released previously with the film Prodigal Son from Eureka as a double feature, and they are releasing this in the US with this new commissioned cover art or the original cover art on the slip. The original, of course, is an Arrow site exclusive. This does have some new stuff on here, I believe. We've got a whole bunch of archival documentaries, commentaries, all kinds of stuff. Frank Jang is on this. It looks like it's going to be a killer release. We got Mike Leader and Arna Venema on this as well. It's just a classic Arrow type of release from the last couple of years.
We're in the midst, not to state the absolutely obvious, but we're in the midst of an incredible renaissance of 70s, 80s wuxia martial arts films from China, from Japan,
from Hong Kong,
from Hong Kong, and it's unbelievable. I'm picking stuff up sight unseen, and so far I've yet to be disappointed with anything. That'll probably be the case with Warriors 2, which I'm not familiar with, unless I've seen it under another title.
I don't think it was. I believe it's pretty much always been Warriors 2 other than the foreign language film. We have a whole lot more agent stuff we're going to be talking about, so we will get to that. Mallrats is coming out on 4K from Arrow in the US and Canada on June 27th. If you are apt to want something different, they also have this this wonderful Magic Eye art slipcover that supposedly resembles a sailboat or something. But this looks like a fun release. It's, of course, another Arrow upgrade to their Blu-ray release that's now a 4K, and it looks like they have lost the TV cut that was on the Blu-ray version of this. So, unfortunately, it's a little step down in features, but, of course, step up in quality. Kevin Smith. Have we talked about Kevin Smith with you yet?
I don't think so.
I get the feeling you're not a Kevin Smith stan.
You know, I wish I was in a way. Part of me wishes I was, because I think the story of maxing out a bunch of credit cards to make a film, a low budget film, and then having it break, that's a great story.
Yeah.
But I remember seeing Clerks when it first came out and being like, ugh, you know, it's not my type of humor. I can see why a certain segment of the population likes it, and
what are you telling me?
I do like that scene in Clerks. The "Do you want to make fuck berserk?" That's funny. But the rest of it. But I respect Kevin Smith in ways that are similar to my respect for Quentin Tarantino. Their films are just not for me. I've watched most of them. I do have a copy of Chasing Amy because, as you know, I have the complete Criterion collection up to like Spine 1165 at this point. So that's there along with the Michael Bay films. I've seen Mallrats. I can, if you like Mallrats, get this. I think Mallrats is one of his best looking movies, so the 4K will be a nice upgrade.
Have you seen any of his recent, like last 12 years films at all? Like the serious ones?
Now I know you've recommended Tusk, and I'm going to see it. It's in my Netflix queue because I still get the physical discs from Netflix because there's such a much better selection in their catalog.
Yeah.
So that I'm going to see eventually. I'm going to see Red eventually. I'm going to let Cop Out go. I'm going to let that one slide.
So yeah, Tusk I recommend because it's unhinged primarily, but the big one, everybody should see Red State at least once. It is, I think it's his best film by a long shot, but it is also a terrifying film, especially when you look at everything that's happening today. And now it's even worse for me because I live like an hour away from Topeka, which is where Westboro Baptist Church resides.
Yeah. Wait, did I say Red State or Red Scare?
You said Red.
I just said Red.
Yeah.
That could be so many things. Red State is what I meant. Yeah. I don't want to get political or anything, but shit's scary right now. Good God.
Yeah. Next up, right after A24 released their version of The Lighthouse on 4K, Arrow said, "Hold my art house," and they are releasing The Lighthouse in the UK on 4K on June 12th. And no offense to A24, except full offense, they blew the A24 release out of the damn water. So this gets a new audio commentary by authors Guy Adams and Alexandra Benedict. The audio commentary with Robert Eggers is on here. There is something called Art of Darkness, Making the Lighthouse, which is a brand new in-depth documentary on the film, its productions, themes, and influences, featuring new interviews with Robert Eggers, the DP, the production designer, costume designer, and authors. There is The Lighthouse Next Door, the consuming house tale of Robert Eggers' The Lighthouse, which is a visual essay by Kat Ellinger exploring the folklore influences. And then, of course, all of the other stuff that's on the A24 disc. This is going to be stacked because, of course, it's also coming with a giant 60-page book.
Yeah.
I'm shocked.
I have a different reaction to this movie than a lot of people. I find this movie very appealing and romantic, because it's the life that I want, to be in a lighthouse, whatever happens. The melancholy of it, they really capture the gray, and I love it. Makes me really happy. So I'm really looking forward to seeing this.
This is a wonderful release. I'm honestly impressed that Arrow was able to get a release of this. It's not very often that we get not only Lionsgate films released to boutiques at all, which has finally just started happening, but to also have that be A24 releases. This is kind of a big deal. This could open a lot of doors for them, and hopefully some of the ones that have not had great distribution could see something come from this. But obviously, this is a really great first one for A24 and for Arrow to try. It is a little bit of an odd release strategy to do it right after A24 announced theirs, but we shall see how they both do. Unfortunately, for people that bought the A24 one, this absolutely blows the A24 one out of the water.
Well, this is a UK release, right?
Yep, UK only.
As opposed to the A24. A24 is in the States, right? Or am I wrong? Okay. Well, I guess that makes some sense then.
The regionality of it does make sense, but the fact that the world is so small nowadays that people are not really looking at the regionality as something that's actually an inhibitor. But one of the coolest things is that this is an example of, thanks, Dylan. He says it's licensed from Universal in the UK, not A24. So maybe it's not leading to anything. That makes sense.
Okay.
One of the things I wanted to point out is that a lot of people have kind of shied away from buying these from the UK because usually it's the feature on the 4K disc, all of the extras on a Blu-ray. When you're buying these, you're really wanting it for the features. This is just another example of a very common thing that's happening over the last couple months. all of the things on this, all of the extras, all the film, everything is all on the 4K disc. There is only one disc in this release. So you can be region locked and still be able to get this.
Okay.
And experience everything. Love that aspect. And I hope companies still continue down that path. Will's favorite, Waterworld, is getting a 4K release on June 26th in the UK and June 27th in the US and Canada from Arrow. This looks pretty similar to the one that they put out previously, except it's the 4K disc. And then the odd thing, of course, is that this had a 4K release from the studio in the States after Arrow did their Blu-ray release. So now this is going to be a very, very just over-released film over the last handful of years. So
Arrow's flexing. You know, so this is a movie I think I've said before that I kind of want to revisit. And every time there's an Arrow sale, I look at Waterworld and I'll be like, it's down to 20, it's down to 15. But I've never done it. And now I can wait. I can wait for the 4K to go on sale.
And then, of course, there's an Arrow sale every 8 days.
God damn, man. Somebody needs to sit these companies down and have a discussion with them about normal people's paycheck schedules. You know?
Well, not only that, Arrow has literally had sales consistently since, I think, the first week of February. There has not been a single moment since then where Arrow titles have not been on sale somewhere.
Yeah.
Literally.
Well, right now, the only thing I'm waiting on is that Shaw Scope Volume 2 to go down to about like 75 or 80. So when that happens, I'll go back.
Yeah, those Arrow US prices on the sale are not too great.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that in a moment, though. Arrow next is putting out on June 19th in the UK and June 20th in the US and Canada, the Game Trilogy. This is a career-defining triptych with Matsuda, who is playing Shohei Norumi, an ice-cool hitman of a few words, a steely trigger finger, and a heart of stone, hired in the most dangerous game by a company bidding for a lucrative government air defense contract to take out the competition. In the killing game, Narumi finds himself caught in the midst of violent Yakuza gang warfare, while his own brutal past catches up with him in the form of two beautiful women, still bearing the emotional scars of his past assignments. And finally, in the execution game, Narumi falls for a mysterious saloon bar chanteuse who may or may not be a part of the same shadowy underworld organization as the rival hitmen he is employed to rub out. This has reversible sleeve artwork for each of the films, double-sided fold-out poster, all kinds of extras, including new commentaries for each of the films. We've got some other featurettes and then some trailers on these. I had never even heard of these films.
I've seen The Killing Game, and now I understand why I didn't exactly follow everything that was going on since it's the second of the trilogy.
Yeah.
But it was so cool and stylish, and I'm excited to see all of these together. Really, really cool.
Yeah, this is an interesting looking set and just adds to these glut of Asian films that we're getting right now. But the big one from Arrow, are you ready? This is Will's favorite for this one.
Yeah.
June 26th in the UK and June 27th in the US and Canada, we are getting Enter the Video Store, Empire of Screams. This is a box set, and there are so many details for the set. There's like 4 posts here we have to go over for this. So the first one is we got Dungeon Master. I think I break each of these down. Let me see. So yes, we got 1080p presentations for all 5 films, limited packaging featuring new artwork, reversible sleeve, and that's got original and newly commissioned artwork by everybody, double-sided posters for each film, and 15 postcard-sized art cards. Another book, of course. There's an Arrow Video Store membership card. Disc 1, let's go over first. The Dungeon Master.
Mm-hmm.
New 2K restoration from the OCN. 3 different versions of the film via seamless branching. We got the theatrical version from the US, the pre-release version, and the international version. New audio commentary with star Jeffrey Byron, moderated by Maddie Budrowitz and Dave Wayne. And then a new interview with star Jeffrey Byron. Dungeon Master, any comments on that one first?
Oh yeah. So this is an anthology film. So all these, this is Charles Band. For those of you who are Full Moon fans, Empire is the company that he had before Full Moon. It's responsible for all the great Stuart Gordon movies, from Reanimator all the way up to Pit and the Pendulum, Fortress, Robot Jox. So you see Dolls and Robot Jox. We'll talk about those in a minute. Right now we're talking about Dungeon Master. So it's an anthology film, and it's like every Dungeons and Dragon geek's fantasy. This guy who plays like D&D, and he's like a computer wizard in 1983 or 4. A electrical malfunction in the sort of primordial internet sends him to a fantasy hellscape that's basically Dungeons and Dragons meets Mad Max. And so I think there's 4 or 5 segments, and Charles Band directs one. But for me, what's really interesting about it is that it's the first opportunity for the editor, Ted Nicolau, to direct. Now, Ted Nicolau worked as an editorial assistant on Texas Chainsaw Massacre. And once he got connected with Full Moon, he went on to direct what I think is their greatest franchise, Subspecies, all of the Subspecies vampire movies. So Dungeon Master is kind of a film of minor historical importance, with tangential connections to Toby Hooper and to Romanian vampire movies. It's a lot of fun. Richard Mall is in it, Bull from Night Court. So Dungeon Master is, and I was wondering if these were going to be different, because Shout puts out a Blu-ray double feature that has Dungeon Master and Eliminators on it, but I see that this has way more stuff. Different cuts. Had no idea there were different cuts. So
yeah, there's a lot of extra stuff on this.
Yeah.
Before we go into Dolls, you brought up somebody that was behind that film, and his name is Charles Band.
Yeah.
I want to share with you because you need to react to this live, and I did not warn you that this was going to happen. So a couple times over the last few months, we've gotten a comment requesting something, and I'm going to share it with everybody now. Polly Johnson on Facebook says, I'm still hoping for an in-depth discussion between you and Will on the works and business practices of Charles Band. He says maybe it can coincide with the long-awaited Netherworld Blu-ray release, one of Full Moon's very best films.
Yeah.
I kind of think we have to do this.
Man, for a second, I thought you were going to say you landed an interview with Charles Band, and I was going to
come on.
I was going to mess my pants. But hell yeah, man. As any student of mine will tell you, the moment the weather gets cold, I wear a Full Moon hoodie almost at all times. I'm a big fan of the work. I find the business history of Charles Band super interesting. I would definitely recommend his podcast to everyone. It's one of my favorite podcasts.
Great guests.
Great guest, and he is so candid. He always talks about how he got thrown in jail for not paying back his his creditors and shit. Hell yeah, we can do the whole history of Full Moon. And
yes.
Yeah.
So disc 2 in this one, we get Dolls, which is long out of print from Scream Factory. This one gets a brand new 2K restoration by Arrow from the original Interpositive. It's got a new audio commentary by David DeCoteau, Empire alums and friend of Stuart Gordon. There's an archival audio commentary with Stuart Gordon and the writer Ed Naha. There's another archival commentary with cast members. There is, Toys of Terror, the making of Dolls, an archival featurette. And then film to storyboard comparisons, theatrical trailers, image gallery, all that fun stuff. But the biggest thing, a new restoration for this film is going to be very, very welcome.
Yeah. Dolls is such a fantastic movie. Tell me, I've never heard it said out loud. Is it David? How do you say it?
DeCoteau.
DeCoteau. It's not Dakota.
Sibner says it's Dakota. so I'm probably wrong. Master Chaos, though, is saying he can get me Charlie Band.
Hey,
He's directing the next Puppet Master film.
you are fucking kidding.
Yeah, Master Chaos is.
Congratulations, Master Chaos. I enjoy your channel. I saw a great interview you did with Tim Lucas a couple years back. Wow. Anyway, congratulations, Master Chaos. That's awesome, dude. I'll watch that.
Yeah.
Where are we, dolls? Oh,
Dolls.
man. So new commentary and a restoration. You got me. I love this movie. I love Stuart Gordon.
Now Sibner says that was a joke. I'm probably right. Nobody knows. If anybody knows how to say it. Stan Geezy says Dakota. I don't know.
Stan would know. I believe Stan.
All right. So what do you like about Dolls?
Well, I like the dolls.
It's a great movie.
Yeah, I mean, like the whole, it's in some ways it's like a kid's movie.
Yes, until it's not.
Until it's not, and the spooky house conceit is done so well. The Stuart Gordon brand of humor is there, very subtle, and sometimes not so subtle. And of course the dolls, the work with the animatronics and the miniature stop motion. Just incredible.
Even the intro before they get in the house is just so well done. It sets it up perfectly.
Yeah. And the cast is good in it. I think that the teenagers are they're like believable in a dark fairy tale kind of way, if that makes sense.
Yep.
There's just something the whole vibe of the movie is just really, really cool.
I agree there. Disc 3, we get Cellar Dweller, which I have unfortunately not been able to see yet. This one gets a well, first off, no new restoration, but it does say additional picture restoration by Arrow Film. So it's the same master as previous. Then it got some additional touch up from Arrow. New audio commentary by special makeup effects artist Michael Deek, who inhabited the Cellar Dweller creature suit, moderated by Maddie Budrowitz and Dave Wayne. There is a new appreciation of John Carl Buechler, special makeup effects artist of many of the Empire Pictures films. And he also directed Cellar Dweller by Maddie Budrowitz and Dave Wayne. And then a new interview with Michael Deek, the original sales sheet, VHS trailer, all that other fun stuff. Cellar Dweller.
This is great because previously this was available on DVD from Shout or Scream. I can't remember which imprint. I think Shout. But it was like a four movie collection.
Yeah.
So it was, totally bare bones. So any restoration, any upgrade is going to be great. This is a fun movie. Well,
it was on Blu-ray from Scream as well.
No shit.
Yeah.
Well, I did not have it. I did not have it.
It is on one of their double features with Catacombs.
Oh shit! You can't lose Catacombs. Damn. They're making it really hard for me to compress my shelf. Well, at any rate, all of these extras are pretty exciting because I don't know a whole lot about the background of the movie, and it is an interesting, kind of creature feature. Anything John Carl Buechler does is fun and gross, and I think this is a nice tribute to him. So,
is it Buechler and not Buechler? I thought it was always Buechler.
Buechler.
Yeah, I thought it was Buechler. Okay.
I don't know, man. I should probably do some research. I feel like I heard in an interview it pronounced John Carl Buechler, but.
Next up, disc 4 is Arena, which I have never had a chance to see because I don't have a disc for this one. New 2K restoration by Arrow from the last known surviving 35mm elements. This gets a new audio commentary with the director, Peter Manoogian, moderated by Maddie Budrowitz and Dave Wayne. The alternative full-frame presentation. New interview with co-screenwriter Danny Bilson. New interview with special makeup effects artist Michael Deek. And that is it. But this is a big deal. A lot of people have been clamoring for this one. I think this is the first time it's been on Blue.
Okay, good. I was going to say, I think was going to say the same thing with Stellar Dweller. I've got this on one of those Shout Factory 4-pack DVDs. And Arena is a cool, yeah, it's a fun movie. It's not one of the major Empire titles by any means,
Right.
But it's a lot of fun. It pairs great as a double feature with almost anything in the genre. As the second one, Beekler. Like he's
never in a million years would I have said Beekler.
I don't feel right saying that.
All right, everybody's fucking with us, and I love it. Let's go to the last one, because this is a big Empire Pictures film. We get Robot Jocks on disc 5. This is a new 2K restoration from the OCN. There is an archival commentary with Stuart Gordon, archival commentary with Paul Gentry, the mechanical effects artist Mark Rappaport, and stop motion animator Paul Jessel. New interview with actor Gary Graham. New interview with actor Anne Marie Johnson. There is a new appreciation of stop motion animator David Allen by those who knew him, featuring contributions from fellow visual effects artists Steve Berg, Yancey Calzada, Paul Gentry, and a few others. There's an archival interview with actor Paul Koslow, and then some of the other small, stuff that's on all of these.
So great. Love that we get two Stuart Gordon movies in the same box. I'll say here, my next book project, it's going to be 3 years from now, but my next book project is going to be on the complete films of Stuart Gordon.
Nice.
And so the sort of initial research and proposal is underway right now. So excited to see these films again, refreshed with new extras. I think I've mentioned before, his archives are now, all of his papers are now stored at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, something like 400 boxes worth of stuff. I really can't wait to dive in. So happy about this release. I hope Arrow has another one in store. This is a volume 1, right?
Well, hold on. We were going to do some speculating. Before we do some speculating, I did want to mention that Stuart Gordon's last written work, I guess, is just getting released by Fab Press.
Yes.
So if you want something, go take a look at their website. They've got like 6 different packages, and it looks pretty intense. So you definitely want to look at that. Article in Empire says it is pronounced Beekler, which is interesting.
Shit. Okay.
Very interesting. But I want to zoom in on something. So you just brought it up. You said, is this volume 1? What's odd to me, they have Arrow video branding on this box set and not Empire Pictures.
Huh.
So they're calling this the Arrow Video Store release, not an Empire release necessarily. So do we think Arrow is going to do another Empire release? Do we think they're going to do another brand under the Arrow Video Store moniker with similar packaging? There are so many different things that it could be. Or it could just be this one release and they never do anything like it.
Yeah, I don't know. I speculated briefly or I wish listed in the Discord briefly about some more titles they could pick up, particularly ones that have gone out of print from Shout, like the Eliminators, etc. So I guess all I can say is, hey, if you're out there, go ahead and pick this up, because I don't want to shill for Arrow or anything, or maybe I do. But if it sells well, then that certainly increases the possibility.
Well, and on that note, Christopher Silvestri, which again, want to highlight that Chris just opened a physical media store in Granby, Massachusetts. Go support, I believe it's called Legends. He's asking if this is available for pre-order. Yes, it is. And on top of it being available for pre-order, it is incredibly cost-effective. It's like $52 from Grindhouse Video right now.
Wait, what?
52 or 62, something like that. It is very cheap.
I'm going to have to get off here for a minute.
You've got multiple tabs for a reason, my friend. Yeah, it is like shockingly cheap that they're putting this out in a time when we are complaining about a 4K release costing, $70 shipped from Severin, which Severin's going to get a lot of love later in this, so I will highlight that for sure. Eric says it's $62.99 at Grindhouse right now.
That's reasonable, man.
It's extremely reasonable. It's 5 films and a book and a box and all that. You're talking $12 per film.
It'll be pretty easy to get up to 100 and get that free shipping.
Oh yeah, easily. Yeah, so this is available. You can get it anywhere, and it'll be widely available everywhere. And Chris, happy to shout it out. Thank you for doing what you're doing.
What part of Massachusetts did you say?
Granby, Massachusetts. Granby. I believe it's east or western Massachusetts.
Oh, okay, over there in like Angry Johnny and the Killbillies country.
Something like that.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, let's get into the next Second Sight release, which is notable because it's the first time Second Sight has re-released one of their limited edition titles. So they had put out The Changeling, and now they're releasing The Changeling on 4K. This gets a new 4K scan and restoration, of course, presented on UHD. They've got the audio commentary with the director and producer on here, the interviews that they've had from here from 2018. There's a whole bunch of other interviews on here, and then there is the biggest thing with new stuff, a 108-page book with new essays by Martin Contario, Alexandra Heller Nicholas, Rich Johnson, Michael J. Coven, Megan Navarro, Rachel Reeves, a few others, and then it's also got the CD soundtrack in this one.
But does it have the little red ball that you can bounce down your stairs?
Again, we're just highlighting good things from Severin. Severin had it. Come on, Second Sight.
Severin had the ball.
Second Sight, no balls.
I gotta say, in all seriousness, I'll be and not to slight either company, I'll be interested in comparing the 4K transfers because it sounds like they're different, right?
Yes, possibly. It does say new restoration.
Oh, okay.
So exactly. New 4K scan and restoration.
So it could be the same scan, just since they're different territories, they're
could be. However, I will point out that the reviews for Texas Chainsaw Massacre is showing that the Second Sight release is leaps and bounds ahead of the other 2 4K releases in the world.
God damn it!
So
I didn't get that one. I got the other one.
Yeah. Supposedly it is a much better restoration. It is getting glowing marks across the board.
Well. I know that Orbit DVD just got a bunch of those in last week, and it so happens that I will be in Asheville to see Skinny Puppy next week, so I will stop by Orbit. Thank you very much.
Last week they got in Martin. I don't believe they've gotten in Texas Chainsaw Massacre yet.
You are correct. I had a bad memory situation just now, and I thank you for the gentle correction.
I do my best.
I'll still
Moving on, Kino is releasing Big Man on Campus from 1989. This is a brand new HD master from a 2K scan of the 35mm interpositive. I've never seen this one, and it looks ridiculous. Can you tell me about it? Because I'm sure you've seen it 14 times.
Great double feature with Suspiria. You've got the Jessica Harper connection. You've got the gothic tale of Quasimodo. I remember seeing this when I was a kid, young teenager, so probably on USA or HBO when I was 12, 13, 14. And yeah, it's The Hunchback of Notre Dame, but it's a college, like, teen sex comedy. And that's all I can remember about it.
If I remember right, I believe this is a Lionsgate-owned title, which is another one that Kino's gotten away from them.
And can I, I can't remember what kind of jokes are in it, but based on the tagline there, I'm guessing there are a lot of disability jokes that I probably didn't notice when I was a kid that might grate against my soul today. I don't know that for sure. If you are the writer or director of Big Man on Campus and you're innocent of this charge, I apologize. But yeah, I kind of want to see it now.
I definitely want to see it now.
Yeah, just how weird. How'd that get made?
Well, and funny enough, not to tease my own stuff ahead of time, but we actually discussed that question with an interview that I have coming out next Monday, and I'm real curious to see how people respond to that because it's a thing that's been bugging me about just the question of could that be made today?
Oh, okay. So it's not about
Because
this film specifically.
no, not about this film specifically. There's so much that we say that about, but one of the things that I have been trying to highlight, like in my verbiage to other people, instead of using could this be made today, kind of championing the things that can be made today that couldn't have been made 40 years ago.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of stuff that would never get representation that is getting representation now. And that's extremely exciting.
Yeah, absolutely.
Next up, we got some Vinegar Syndrome.
All right.
Before we go into Vinegar Syndrome, I do
Okay.
want to say one thing. Friend of the channel, Neil DeStefano is having a birthday, and he loves Vinegar Syndrome. So I wanted to give him his own special 10 seconds and say, Neil, you're a wonderful person. I understand that you deliver mail for a living, and that's a thankless job, especially over the last couple of weeks when many of the postal workers in the U.S. have been impacted by a really shitty change where many of them are losing like up to 40% of their pay, which is crazy. Thank you for what you're doing. Hope you have a decent birthday and that this moment can shine a good light on you, sir.
Oh, that's so nice. Hey, for collectors, no one's more important.
This is true. Curse of the Blue Lights is one that Will is most excited for. So let's talk about this one first. Vinegar Syndrome is releasing Curse of the Blue Lights from 1988. This is the slip art, and this is the back that says, "And the dead shall inherit the earth." The desolate town of Blue Lights, which gets its name from a mysterious nightly illumination close to the graveyard, is rumored to be cursed. The origin of both the lights and curse itself have been left to legend, but rumor has it that ancient monsters roam the area and have been responsible for the countless deaths and tragedies which have afflicted nearby residents. This is going to be region-free, newly scanned and restored in 2K from the 16mm Answer print. New commentary with the co-writer and director John Henry Johnson, archival commentary with Mr. Johnson and actor crew member Brent Ritter. There's a newly produced making of documentary featuring interviews with the cast and crew that's 97 minutes long. And then scenes from an alternate version of Curse of the Blue Lights, which is sourced from VHS. Oh my gosh, this sounds wild.
Before I start, just as a parent, I think if your last name is Johnson, you should think about what you're going to name your kid.
Of course.
And maybe John isn't the way to go.
Or Tiny, yeah.
Oh, man. You know, I used to work with a guy, hand to God, named Michael Hunt. And if you called him Mike, he got mad. He did. Rightly so. Anyways, that's a true story. I hope he's not well, if you know what, if you are listening, Michael, I enjoyed you. I enjoyed our time together.
Was Mr. Hunt like a deep person?
He was an artist, man. He was an artist.
He was an artist. Good to know.
So yeah, see, there you go. The Dick Johnson. What are people thinking? Anyhow, so Curse of the Blue Lights, just on a personal level, I grew up in the middle of the woods. I didn't watch a whole lot of movies growing up. The way I got into movies and became obsessed with movies is I bought a VHS, a Slumber Party Massacre 2, out of a sale box in a video store when I was 18 and lost my mind. The second VHS that I bought out of that very same sale pile was Curse of the Blue Lights, $2.99. And I got it home and was very excited about the cover art, which is similar to that. And I put it in, and it was one of those VHS that's like recorded in like EP style, so it's compressed on less videotape. I couldn't see a damn thing. I felt like I was watching shadow puppets. I have no idea. I watched the whole thing a couple times trying to figure it out. I have no idea what happened. I'm very excited after what 23 years. No, 25 years. 27 years. After 27 years, I'm finally going to find out what happens in Curse of the Blue Lights.
It's a good thing your doctorate is not in mathematics.
God damn, if it were, I'd have military grants. I'd be sitting pretty, man. I'd be making weapons of war.
This would be a very different stream. Next up, we've got Five Women for the Killer from 1974. Giorgio Pisani, a journalist, has just returned from an international assignment only to discover that in his absence, his wife has died during childbirth. However, a seemingly unavoidable tragedy takes an unexpectedly sinister turn when Lydia Franzi, his wife's doctor, reveals that Giorgio is sterile and therefore couldn't have fathered his wife's child. Soon after learning this terrible news, a mysterious black-clad killer, because of course, begins stalking the city, viciously murdering pregnant women who were in the same maternity clinic as Giorgio's deceased wife. Could Giorgio, in a fit of guilt-ridden madness, be responsible for these horrendous crimes, or he is an unwitting participant in the sinister plan of an even more wicked culprit? The big thing, this says an exceptionally mean-spirited giallo, made at the height of the genre's golden age, which I don't hear mean-spirited with giallos very often. So this sounds very interesting. Newly scanned, restored in 4K from a 35mm archival positive. New commentary with Eugenio Ercolani and Troy Howarth. Interview with Renato Rossini. Interview with Danilo Massi, son and frequent collaborator of Stelvio Massi. A portrait piece on Stelvio Massi with actor Luke Miranda. Luigi Cozzi on Five Women for the Killer and the evolution of the giallo film, which sounds really awesome. A portrait piece on Stelvio Massi with friend and fellow director, cinematographer Roberto Girometti, and then gore inserts from the re-edited version of Five Women for the Killer.
All right. So Stelvio Massi's probably better known as a cinematographer. Did a lot of stuff with Martino, and but he as a director, he did some really great Polizio Tesci films, Convoy Busters, Emergency Squad. I've not seen Five Women for the Killer. Great job, by the way, with the censoring the cover art. I like that.
Had to be creative.
So yeah, this is probably. I'm actually probably more excited about this than I'm really excited about finally knowing what goes on in Curse of the Blue Lights,
solving the curse.
Right, but I'm reasonably certain this is going to be a good movie. So,
I agree. Next up, one that is getting some rave reviews from people that have known this and been clamoring for this. Vacation of Terror 1 and 2 is coming as a double feature from Vinegar Syndrome from 1988 and 1990. After inheriting a new summer home from a deceased relative, wealthy Fernando brings his family, his niece Paulina, and her boyfriend Julio, who happens to be an occult expert, along for the vacation. What a wonderful coincidence that is.
Yeah.
Quickly, they discover strange happenings on the property, but when Fernando's young daughter, Gabby, falls into a well and returns with an old doll, things take a turn for the horrific. Possessed by the evil spirit of a witch, Gabby and her doll run amok with telekinesis, terrifying hallucinations, fiery car crashes, and ample scares. Only Julio, with his knowledge of the dark arts and the help of a mystical amulet, can bring this vacation of terror to an end. And then, of course, it has the sequel with it. Wild cover on the back. This is newly scanned and restored in 4K from the OCN for part 1, and then a 35mm archival positive for part 2. We've got some video interviews with some of the actors, the composer, and some of the other actors from the sequel, the special effects artist. I mean, it's a double feature. More bang for your buck. This looks like a pretty solid release.
Yeah, that's Cardona, right?
It is. Yes.
So yeah, and this is they're really doing right by Rene Cardona. We're getting a pretty decent filmography here. So this is great for people who want to learn more about Mexican horror cinema.
Absolutely.
Cinema. And I count myself among those. So could not be more pleased with this month's lineup.
We've gotten a lot of rave reviews too from the Mexican box set that came out for March.
Yeah.
Everybody loving pretty much every title in it. So make sure that you go take a look at these for sure. Oh, and yeah, Video Store. This is clearly the same artist that did the Through the Fire cover art, which I like their style. It's pretty decent.
Yeah.
The next release from Vinegar Syndrome this month is a VSL, which has made some pretty big waves when this got announced. This is 1946's The Cat Creeps, and there's the front of the slip, and this is the back. This is clearly the picture that they were using to tease what was coming up in April. And this is the last of the Universal Pictures Golden Age of Horror, one that people have been waiting on for a long time. And I'm sure Will's got a lot to say about this, so I will just say the features and give him the floor. Newly scanned and restored in 2K from the 35mm dupe negative. New commentary with Kevin Lyons and Jonathan Rigby. Then I'm so excited about this next one. Feline Frights. Author and critic Kim Newman discusses cats and classic horror.
Yeah.
That's going to be amazing.
Oh, so excited about this. Lois Cully, I mean, Cobra Woman is a classic. And she's kind of an iconic horror queen. Eerie Kenton, Ghost of Frankenstein, Island of Lost Souls is out on Criterion, House of Dracula. These films are well known, but I don't think Kenton is as well known as should be among fans of the Gothic and of horror. This is a film I've not seen before, but I've read about. I was really surprised, pleasantly surprised. Well, maybe I shouldn't have been surprised because they had Kurt Siodmak film last time. So if this is the direction that the what is this called?
VSL, Vinegar Syndrome Labs.
If this is the kind of stuff we're going to be getting from VSL, I am over the moon. I pre-ordered this immediately upon its announcement. Can't wait to watch it. The next time I'm on, I will be able to say that I watched it recently. That's because it's as soon as it arrives, it's going straight in that night.
I am, when they announced VSL, they basically said this is going to be an experimental line, which we put stuff out that will be outside the purview of normal Vinegar Syndrome titles from a different time or era or a different locale in the world. Everything they've done so far has been classic horror. I'm waiting for them to really be experimental after doing these, and like title number 5 will come out of nowhere and it'll be like a 2019 film from Indonesia or something crazy. I would love that.
I want them to find like some short films by Soviet avant-garde artists who worked with like Eisenstein and Ziegler Vertov.
Some of them did some stuff with Kurosawa, like after Dersu Uzala. I think some of the Soviets did some of that stuff back then.
Hey.
So yeah, I'm sure he affected many of them. Vinegar Syndrome had to round out its month with another Peakorama release, and this is a double feature of Climax and Wet Dreams from 1985. Here is the front and the back. Yes.
Well, from an intellectual standpoint, the most interesting thing is the commentary track by Roberta Findlay.
Of course.
Who, and I gotta say, I'm not gonna lie, I get a lot of these Peakorama titles. I don't really find them all that erotic generally, but some of them are really interesting movies. But you know what I really like is when what's his name? Casey, what's his last name?
Yeah.
Scroll down a little bit.
Casey Scott.
Yeah. That guy knows everything about
knows his stuff. Yeah.
That's the world's foremost expert in pornography. And but his interviews are so great. He's so like enthusiastic and knowledgeable and inviting. And when you're listening, most of them are audio interviews. When you listen to one of his interviews with a producer or a director or a star, it's like you forget any of the taboos that are applicable to pornographic films, and you're listening to a really knowledgeable fan talk to someone who has a lot of really cool stories. It's my favorite thing about the Picorama sublabel. Whenever there's a title that has one of his interviews on it, I pick it up during the February Valentine's sale. And so because this is connected to Roberta Findlay, I went ahead and picked this up as well. I think she was just producer, right? Did she do cinematography as well?
I don't think so. Not on this one.
Okay.
Yeah, it just says producer.
Well, it's still part of her august and no, wait, uncredited co-direction and cinematography by Roberta Findlay on
uncredited. So yeah, she did nothing. That's what that means. Let's talk about their next April Fool's thing that they did. They are doing limit one per customer. You can purchase a $10 item to support the Vinegar Syndrome Celluloid Recovery and Preservation Society, which of course acronyms out to CRAPS. This is no longer able to be purchased. This ended on Monday, and it's basically telling you that you are going to be supporting film restoration. But of course, at the very bottom, fine print, your special thank you gift will be delivered in late 2023 and is only available through this offer. It will not be included in any subscription or sold at any conventions or retail stores. This is, of course, to fend off all of the crybaby whiners from last year that did not understand the Invisible Maniac slipcover situation.
That was the funniest fucking thing. Like, the Invisible Maniac slipcover concept was genius. That was hilarious. Anybody who thought that was real is a moron, and you can troll me all you want. Like, come on, man. Enjoy the prank. This is cool too. I missed out on it though. I'm not going to get the special.
What?
It ended too quick.
Oh, Will.
They get enough of my money.
Yeah, but now you're not going to get the next nudity-filled slipcover.
I know.
Sibner says, my guess is that Cujo is coming out on 4K, and I'll tell you what, it is. It was already announced from Kino Lorber, not from Vinegar Syndrome.
Okay.
So we'll see what this is. If you do zoom in on some of these, I do want to highlight that you can read some acronyms or some titles on some of these. People have been speculating like crazy on if they're actually coming out with some of them. If you get the high resolution version of this image, it's a little clearer, but my guess is probably not meaning much. Yeah, we'll see. Yes, Sibner, Kino is the one that's putting it out. Let's go next to Vinegar Syndrome merch. They are giving us Medusa as a screen print, Medusa Siren, which had to be censored, and then a Medusa shirts, Medusa Siren shirts, and then they finally got slipcover protectors back in stock for everybody. But the crazy thing is now they have different sizes for everything.
And ironically, the protectors are invisible.
True. They were invisible for a couple years while they were out of stock.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, lots of new stuff in. Check them out. But now it's time to get into the large swath of partner label releases.
This is one of the best slate of partner releases that I can remember, because every single title is something that I either know I want to get or definitely want to see. Usually each month there's like one or two titles. I mean, like, I always want to see most of them.
Right.
But there are a couple titles each month where I'm like, yeah, I'll let that one go. But this month, holy cow. So many movies that I've already seen before and know are quality, and others that I'm just like, I cannot wait to see this.
So first up, we got Canny, or Connie, however you say it specifically. They're releasing Bullets Over Summer from 1992. This is part of a winning trio of genre benders bookended by Biozombie and Juliet in Love that was directed by Wilson Yip. And obviously, Vinegar Syndrome just released Biozombie recently. Maybe Juliet in Love is coming. We don't know that for sure, but hey, it's possible. A cops and robbers film subverted by a warm sitcom premise, which sounds amazing. It culminates in the unlikeliest of hangout movies about fate, coincidence, and finding one's chosen family, which means I have to see this. This sounds amazing.
Yeah.
There is a Wilson Yip interview from 2005, interview with Francis Ng from 2022, interview with Matt Chow from 2022, commentary by film writer Valerie So and critic Kevin Ma. There's a booklet including archival interview with Wilson Yip and new writing by Ariel Esteban Cayer, which is one of the founders of Connie. So this sounds kind of amazing. This is the front of the slip, and this is the back.
Yeah, and I watched Biozombie for the first time a couple weeks ago. Liked it a lot. Really looking forward to Bullets Over Summer. Don't know the film. Know Wilson Yip mainly by reputation, and now haven't seen Biozombie. So this is a definite for me.
And this was a big deal because Connie had been silent for a couple months. So this was their return, something they'd been working on for a while. I'm hoping they got a lot more coming because they've done some really quality releases.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Next up, The Civil Dead is coming from Utopia. This is from 2021. A misanthropic, struggling photographer just wants to watch TV and eat candy, don't we all, while his wife is out of town. But when a desperate old pal resurfaces, his plans are thwarted with spooky consequences. Back of the slip, extremely boring, sadly. This is directed by Clay Tatum. We got a commentary with Clay Tatum and Whitmer Thomas and some deleted scenes, but that is all we have on this one.
So this is one that, based on the description, I was completely uninterested in, but then I saw several people, I think some people in the Discord also, correct me if I'm wrong, but I felt I saw several people say that this was a really good one.
I don't remember discourse on this one, but that was a wild day. I was posting announcements for like 2.5 hours straight. So
I could be wrong. I thought somebody in the Discord said this was really good, but it could have been in some other social media platform that I mixed together with it. Not that I cheat on you Discord wise.
Sure.
but of all the titles, this is the one that I'm probably the least interested in, but I'm now interested in it enough to where I'm definitely going to see it. And generally the Utopia releases are usually pretty good. So
yeah,
I don't feel like I'm taking too much of a risk.
I would agree with that. Next up, we've got one that sold very quickly. The Full Moon trilogy from 2011 is coming out from Factory 25. This has Silver Bullets, Art History, and The Zone. These are all directed by Joe Swanberg. And this is the front of the slip, which is, of course, done with my wonderful censorship, and the back, which had to be censored even further. Let's go to that front picture. This one is region free. This has a short film that looks at Swanberg's process, and a 28-page booklet includes an intro by Joe Swanberg, cartoon by Kent Osborne, an interview with Swanberg by Josephine Decker, the Zone pitch letter, an outline, and a scene written by Caitlin Scheel.
Yeah, and this is where the timing of everything really screwed me up, because this is one I was pretty excited about. It's not the end of the world when slipcases sell out, but it sold out in like a day, and I didn't get a chance. So it's already, I think that one's already standard edition, right?
It is, but if I can sell you on something, if anybody is interested, you can go to their website right now at the link that I'm posting in the chat. You can buy the slipcover with the film still in stock from their website. It costs a little more than it would as your subscription price. It's $35 plus shipping, but it's if you want to take a look, they actually have a lot of enticing things that you can get in a package with this. They've also got a package with a 7-inch vinyl. They've got a 7-inch vinyl and 3 photo books, but that one unfortunately has sold out.
Oh, okay. Well, that'll be worth looking at.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm excited about this movie. what is it? 3 shorts. 214 minutes combined. So I guess it's 3 movies.
Correct.
So, and I'd never heard of any of these before. But obviously the cast and director make it kind of automatically interesting.
Certainly. And I'd heard this one is actually pretty damn good.
Yeah.
All right. Jump into the next one. The Great Basin is coming from Circle Collective.
Yeah.
This is from 2021. Here is the back of the slip, which it looks pretty kind of minimalist at first, but it's actually a really solid picture. I really like the way that this is. This says, from below the earth to the stars, the Great Basin is a documentary feature that builds a complex panorama of rural Nevada in the western United States through a tapestry of characters who work, live, and play there. The Great Basin is the location of the loneliest road in America and can be seen as a microcosm of the economic, social, and ecological marginalization of 21st century rural communities. This doc is from 2021, and this one is Region A Locked. Has an audio commentary with the producer and director and a handful of other people on there. We got a Q&A with the director and artist Oscar Toison. We got Cedar Springs Water School, a featurette examining Oscar Toison's art project and the importance of Cedar Spring to the indigenous people of Nevada.
Well, as a former employee of Appalshop, the Appalachian Film Workshop, a former employee of the Center for Rural Strategies, and a former employee of the University of Kentucky Center for Rural Health, I can tell you
it's important.
I care about rural communities, and the stories of rural communities need to be preserved, need to be told, and need to be understood if we're ever going to get anywhere. Because I don't want to get political or anything, but the problems that emanate from so many rural communities are often connected to the economic colonialism that extracts resources from rural communities and leaves nothing but devastation. And I will post my resume, DC Ibner. I never work anywhere for very long. They get sick of me so quick. It's because I care too much, damn it.
That sounds intriguing. Please check it out if you're interested in.
I'm sorry to ramble. No, man,
No.
I'm really interested in the Great Basin.
No, well, and lots of people were. I mean, even Dead Sea Life says it's the only partner that Dead Sea Life bought this month. So it's a big thing.
Yeah.
Going to the next one. This is one that got a lot of people raving about it. We are getting from Yellow Veil, the Hourglass Sanatorium from 1973. Joseph visits his dying father at a remote mental institution where time itself doesn't seem to exist, and the line between dreams and memories become indistinguishable. Adapted from a selection of short stories from Polish-Jewish writer Bruno Schulz. I'm not going to be able to say that name. His masterpiece of surrealist Polish cinema is a phantasmagoric look at the collective trauma of the Holocaust. This is the back of the slip and, of course, the front. A lot of people were not super happy with the art on this one, but this one looks incredible. Introduction notes on the Hourglass Sanatorium by Annette Insdorf, a film professor at Columbia University, and author of books including Intimations, the cinema of the director. Post-screening notes on the Hourglass Sanatorium by Annette Insdorf. Discussion on the Hourglass Sanatorium with Sebastian Smolinski, a film critic. There's a written essay by Sam Deegan, thankfully. Written essay by Annette Insdorf, and that is it. Have you seen this one?
No, but I get really obsessed with Polish cinema. And so this is a director I've previously not encountered. I'm going to go with Wojciech? I don't know. Wojciech? I'll look it up on the Googles later.
Wojciech. It sounded like you took a really hot bite of like a casserole. Whoosh, hush, hush.
That's 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 how they come up with names. They take a hot bite of casserole and like, oh, Andres Washa.
He also directed the Saragossa
No.
manuscript.
Oh, are you kidding? Okay, I know that film. That was released on DVD, but I want to say by Kino like 20 years ago, and I have a copy of it. And I got it because it had a blurb from Martin Scorsese and I think Coppola as well, and it is really wild. Wojciech, well, that's easy.
Wojciech Haas, probably.
Well, anyway, the Saragossa man. Oh, this is a must-have now. Saragossa, yeah. Thanks for sharing. Thanks for who said that? Thanks for sharing that.
That was Eric Johnson, who's also a part of the Discord.
Ah, son of Dick. Or was it Uncle? I can't remember what he was. Uncle. I can't remember what he said. Uncle.
I love that sounded like an expletive. Son of a dick. Justice Ninja Style. This is the one that we got teased with last Thursday from Dan from VHS Hitfest.
Yeah.
Or VH Shitfest, however you say it this week. This is from 1986, and this is a big deal release for them. So this is a big 2-disc release. This is region free. This has an audio commentary with DeSoto natives Cody Terry and Stephen Francis. We've got The Ultimate Ninja, The Ultimate Warrior, an extended cut of the film transferred from the original master tapes. That one is 86 minutes long compared to the 70-minute cut. The Ninja Speaks, the story of Ron D. White, which is a documentary that's 58 minutes long. There is a Location Then and Now 10-minute featurette. News coverage shot during Justice Ninja Style's production. We got some raw footage from the Ninja the Ultimate Warrior, a bonus feature called How to Become a Ninja, Six Flags Ninja Media Day, trailer for How to Become a Ninja, trailer for Justice Ninja Style, which features James Earl Jones doing voiceover, and then trailer for Ninja the Ultimate Warrior, which features James Earl Jones. This looks like an astonishing release, and it also says there's even Easter eggs on this disc. This is the back of the slip. It says blink and you die in the dark.
Wow.
And here is the front. This release looks amazing.
Missouri Ninjas.
And nobody had ever seen this, basically. This got, I think he was saying, like, literally 5 VHSs of this was sold. This is going to get some of the, if you pre-ordered this, you could be one of the first probably 100 people on Letterboxd to review this. Is this your style of film?
I don't know.
He said it's very similar to something like Miami Connection.
Then I guess it'll depend. I love stuff that's bonkers concepts like this. And in particular, when some independent, regional filmmakers can put together something like it, I'll definitely check it out. Miami Connection doesn't, as an example, doesn't hit me the right way. Although it's cool that it exists. I liked New York Ninja, the reassembled New York Ninja. But if there's a ninja in it, whether they be from Missouri or Tokyo,
it'll be enjoyable.
Yeah, I mean, you got to see it now. And I'm interested in the audio commentary. Do Cody Terry and Stephen Francis have anything to do with the movie? Or are they just random DeSoto natives that were like picked up off the street?
That's a great question.
It's like, hey man, you want to give a commentary on this film from Missouri? I have no
They're
idea.
Just like picked up in the back of the truck. Hey, you want to come down to the studio?
I have no idea what Missouri accents sound like.
Well, nobody says Missouri, so that's the first thing.
Southern people say Missouri.
Yeah, not people from Missouri.
Well, I'm Southern. I'm not from Missouri.
Touche.
We say Missouri down south.
That was very like Blood Simple finale type.
Yeah.
This one looks pretty crazy.
Yes.
Dark Star Pictures is putting out Krat from 2020, and it says when children are left at grandma's without smartphones, they're bored to tears. That is until grandma finds them loads to do. She also tells them about a magical creature named Krat that'll do whatever its master says. When they stumble upon an instruction manual on how to build one, they don't hesitate. All they have to do now is buy a soul from the devil. This one is Region A locked. It's got a behind-the-scenes featurette and a trailer. Here is the front of the slip, and there is the back, which very intriguing.
Yeah.
And, tiki torches have a little bit of an odd context nowadays, but yeah, here we are.
And this is Estonian, right?
This is Estonian, yes.
I've not seen any films from Estonia before, so I'm excited to make this my first.
If I remember right, the Old Man movie that was released by Unearthed Films, I believe it's Claymation. I think that was Estonian as well. So
I haven't seen that yet.
I'm just throwing it out there.
Okay.
If people are into it, yeah, we got a couple to choose from.
We're going to learn about Estonian film. This is what I love so much about all of these labels is that they bring stuff from Eastern Europe, East South Asia, former Soviet states. I mean, just all these industries or non-industries that are blind spots for so many people. So this is the closed captioning on this stream. Oh, I can imagine because
it's going to be awful. Yeah,
I tend to mumble. So I've already seen the way my words get desecrated by the YouTube captioning.
I can't wait until it goes through the hush hush. AGFA is re-releasing Lady Street Fighter.
Yeah,
this is literally the exact same disc as their release previously. Unfortunately, that Lady Street Fighter Blu-ray had been out of print for some time, so all you get is this slipcover, which it's a very AGFA slipcover, but I don't know if I love this. Like, I like the style of the film stock, but I don't know. As a slipcover art, it doesn't really speak to me, I don't think.
Yeah, this looks more like a suburban housewife drama, like she's having affairs because she's bored with her suburban life. Still, I never got to see Lady Street Fighter. The original release went out of print before I could get a hold of it, so I'm excited to finally watch it.
Yeah, and it's nice that it's the exact same disc. I know that one that they had re-released previously, there was a slight difference on the features, so it's nice that it's the exact same disc for everybody. Next up is Saturn's Core, giving us this slipcover. This is called Red Cockroaches. That's just troubling. And then here's the back of the slip with a close-up of a cockroach. This says, it is set against the backdrop of a futuristic New York City besieged by acid rain and populated with mutated insects and flying cars, which I'm very curious to see how they do flying cars. Bartender Adam repeatedly encounters a mysterious and enchanting young woman who leaves behind a tooth on the subway, triggering an obsession that quickly disrupts the overall banality of his day-to-day existence. This enigma slowly becomes reappearing in different aspects of Adam's life, as a prospective roommate during a graveyard tryst, and eventually as his long-lost sister who's recently awoken from a coma after being presumed dead in a car wreck 10 years prior. Oddly, this newfound revelation of sibling kinship does not bring a stop to the couple's lustful impulses and sexually charged mind games, eventually leading to a blood-soaked climax fueled by repressed familial abuse, fast food foreplay, and the ever-watchful eye of the ominous DNA 21 Corporation. Somebody alert us, Celeste, because it looks like we got another film coming to the ICU. Yeah, this is crazy. It says armed with a $2,000 budget and a Canon GL1 camcorder. They the Cuban-born director Miguel Coyula was able to make this, and I mean, flying cars on a $2,000 budget. I'm very curious to see how they do that.
So when I first read the description, I misread it as the director of Memories of Underdevelopment, the classic film that's been released by Criterion Collection, and was like, "Holy shit, I gotta get it." Then I realized, oh no, not the same thing. But I'm still super intrigued by this description, and I plan on picking this up and checking it out, because it looks like some real ambitious low budget work,
Yeah.
the kind of thing that you can really respect. So I'm very excited about this one.
A bunch of features, as usual, with Saturn's Core. We get an audio commentary with the director and actors. We get an archival featurette with the director. Filmmaker Jason Santo on Red Cockroaches gives a featurette. And then there is a 1997 video short directed by the director that is 47 minutes long, plus some deleted scenes, a front row TV review, trailers, and the usual package with that. This looks it looks interesting, at least.
Yeah.
I need to see the trailer on this one. I don't remember if the trailer was on the website for this one. Going to the next one. This was a big one for a lot of people this week. XYZ Films, one of the newer partner labels, is putting out Something in the Dirt from 2022. This is a big deal because it's the next Benson and Moorhead film. And this is a Region A locked Blu-ray with behind-the-scenes featurettes, commentaries, a Mike Flanagan Q&A, LP Q&A, some deleted scenes. This is the front of the slip, and this is the back.
Yeah,
how do you feel about Benson and Moorhead, first of all?
I'm not super familiar with them. I feel like I've seen a movie. But
they did Spring and they did Resolution. Spring was the first one for them that really popped off. Aaron Cutshaw in the chat says Something in the Dirt was my pick of the month, my favorite made during the pandemic movie.
Cool. Yeah.
Nice.
This is on my list to pick up as soon as I'm able. So I'll go ahead and I feel like maybe I saw Resolution. I'll go back and check.
I really liked Spring. If somebody has not watched Spring in a long time. Oh, they also did The Endless. That was the other one.
Was that the cult?
I think so.
The end of the world alien stuff, maybe?
Let me pull up the synopsis on that one. You don't spell endless with the word letter W. The Endless says, two brothers return to the cult they fled from years ago to discover that the group's beliefs may be more sane than they once thought.
That's the movie I saw, and I enjoyed it mightily.
And that Arrow release of The Endless also had Resolution as part of it, I believe.
What? Arrow released The Endless?
In the UK, not in the US.
Ah, that's why I didn't know about it. Okay. Well, now I'm going to go check out the UK Easter Carnage sale.
Which we'll be talking about in just a minute. Canadian International Pictures is releasing Speaking Parts from 1989. I really enjoyed the front art on this slip. Not a huge fan of the back, but I'm digging
that looks like Grover's penis.
I'm still waiting for somebody to get a supercut of all of the things that you've said from these streams and put them together.
Well, they got many hours to go through.
Oh boy. This one says hotel employee Lisa develops an obsession with her coworker Lance, a struggling actor who has appeared in several films as an extra. With the help of a local video store, Lisa carefully investigates Lance's body of work as he undergoes his own pursuit of screenwriter Clara and a film role inspired by her late brother. As their connection grows, this production's ties to reality start to unravel, and so do our three protagonists. And I love stories like this. This sounds amazing. This is scanned and restored in 2K from the 35mm Interpositive. New commentary featuring Adam Egoyan and actress Arsene Kanjian. And archival commentary featuring the director Adam Egoyan, which Adam is one of the most famous Canadian directors of all time.
Yeah, super excited about this. Of course, now the only thing I'm thinking about is that that old golden book, The Monster at the End of This Book with Grover. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
So the monster at the end of this movie is Grover's cock. I'm just kidding. Grover's penis is not in any Adam Egoyan movie that I'm aware of.
I was about to say, have you seen them all? Can you verify?
I cannot verify, but I'm pretty sure. Very excited about speaking parts, and now, and I think I revealed this on Twitter as a result of the last Vinegar Syndrome Spotlight sale. I now have the complete collection of CIP releases, and now that speaking parts is out, I can't very well let that streak end.
Not at all.
So this is a definite. I'm really excited about the student shorts too. He's a filmmaker that's so interesting, so cool, such an interesting story, really interesting perspectives on cinema and life. Yeah, I definitely want to see the stuff he made when he was like a kid.
Lots of stuff on this disc. We've got a new interview with the composer Michael Dana. We've got a different breed. Former TIFF CEO Piers Handling reflects on Egoyan in the 80s. There's an archival interview with Egoyan from 89. Deleted scenes with commentary from 2002. An afterword featuring Egoyan and Kanjian from 2022 with, that's 18 minutes. Sarah Bond, which is 56 minutes from 1997, with an introduction by Egoyan, which is 2 minutes, and then new commentary featuring Egoyan and Kanjian, and then, like you said, the student shorts. We've got one from 79 that's 13 minutes, one from 81 that's 7 minutes, and then one from 82 that's 26 minutes. All of them getting new intros by the filmmaker. Plus a booklet with an essay. I mean, this is a stacked release. And look, they're in the chat. If you're interested, there's a lot to learn on this disc. A masterclass in Blu-ray form.
Well, hey, I'm glad they're watching. I hope that this does well as all their titles. This has been, I have to say, this is probably my favorite partner label, just because I've always been, well, because I'm a big Cronenberg guy and a Bob Clark guy. We'll talk about him later, and a Sarah Polley guy. I've always been interested in learning more about Canadian cinema. I read a bunch of books when I was a student. But so many of the films were just not available to me, and now they are. All these people that I've just read about, now I'm seeing their films, and it's thanks to Canadian International Pictures. I'm really appreciative.
I'm wondering if they might have more Egoyan coming, because there's quite a few that have not been given a lot of respect, I think.
Well, if so, fantastic.
Yeah, I love that you guys are here and watching. This is the kind of disc that makes me appreciate a label like this so much, because it's just all encompassing. And if you're really wanting to dive in on the filmmaker, you really can't go wrong with something like this. Another comment, they say this is one of the top 3 Egoyan films in our book, along with The Adjuster and Exotica.
I would definitely put those two in my tops as well. And if I just to be tangential for a minute, since I'm in a hotel, I'm surrounded by film and media studies professors. Expanding the canon is so important.
Yeah.
And for the first 3 or 4 generations of film professors, they only had available D.W. Griffith and Alfred Hitchcock and Akira Kurosawa, and it's the work of labels like all of these, and the work of all the boutique labels that enables researchers to expand their syllabi and expand their own understanding of film history and communicate it to the next generations of students and so on. It means so much to me that I get to be in this profession at a time when so many people are doing this work, this work that I'm not able to do myself, but I'm able to benefit from and hopefully able to pay forward, both as a teacher and just as a fan, a cinephile. So kudos to everybody. Yeah, I'll preach.
Loving it.
What's next?
What's next is Taming the Garden from Big World Pictures. This is from 2021, an ode to the rivalry between men and nature. Taming the Garden is the story of how a powerful man indulges in an unusual hobby by having century-old trees uprooted in communities along the Georgian coast and transplanted to his private garden.
Now, see, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm just going to say it's region locked. We get a deleted scene and a trailer with a booklet with essay by film critic Jerry White. Go ahead.
Well, so after giving that big heartfelt monologue, I was kind of hoping that the next film would just be some like titties and beer movie.
Those are still coming, I'm sure.
But actually, this is perfect because how many of us have ever seen a film from the country of Georgia? You know, like I'm so excited about this one, and the concept sounds freaking crazy. But also makes sense in so many like allegorical ways. So this is another definite on my list. I've got to see this, and whether it's good or bad, I'm probably gonna at least share clips with students. You know.
Yeah. Distorted Visions has a question for CIP who said, did you tune in to last Thursday's stream with Dan from VHS Hitfest? The number one pick from his Blu-ray wish list was Pinball Summer, which would be a great release for CIP.
Oh, yeah.
Paul says you should do a titties and beer panel at next year's PCA.
Well, I mean, it would be a heavy, I'm a huge Frank Zappa fan, obviously that being the reference. I could definitely get a Frank Zappa panel together. I could do films of Frank Zappa. We could do like 200 Motels and, oh, hey, great idea. Let's do it.
Deaf Crocodile's release for this month is 1969's Time of Roses. This is the front, and here is the back of the slip. Finnish director Risto Jarva's fascinating futuristic sci-fi mystery is set in a dystopian pop art designed world of gleaming white towers, Sony video monitors, and inflatable furniture, where the beautiful inhabitants all dress as Edie Sedgwick, like pixie sprites or medieval page boys out of Logan's Run. A historian of late 20th century culture before class boundaries were abolished, named Ramo, is researching the death many years earlier of a free-spirited erotic model named Sarah, who died under mysterious circumstances. She caused a public scandal by asking 3 of her wealthy, powerful lovers to pay for an abortion. Ramo finds Sarah's identical double, an earthy, uninhibited engineer named Kiss, and tries to convince her to reenact Sarah's life and death for TV. That synopsis, I feel like I just read a whole bunch of words compiled together and hoped for the best.
I gotta see this, man.
It sounds wild.
Yeah. And show the back of cover again.
Yes, sir.
That looks kind of like Danny McBride and the Righteous Gemstones right there.
A little bit.
And the candelabra kind of helps it, and I know that has nothing to do with this movie. So just everybody forget what I just said. This one's really exciting to me. Again, because it's a country whose I've seen probably a dozen or 2 dozen Finnish films, but I don't really like have a sense of their film industry or culture, and stuff like this is like, you know, I don't think I've seen any kind of sci-fi type of Finnish film. So I'm really, really, really excited. Ooh, looks like, well, at least they're making an effort on Pinball Summer. That's that's great. Hey, you know what I want to see? Canadian International Pictures. There's a weird and wild summer camp movie called Oddballs. I'm pretty sure. Shit, I better make sure I'm right on this.
Are we all just throwing out Canadian requests now?
Yeah. they posted. They posted on the channel, so they're open to it. No pressure, but you know, if you've heard of Oddballs, check it out. So anyway, yeah, Time of Roses, another one on my definite list. Really excited.
And this disc looks ridiculous. We've got a rarely seen Finnish TV documentary from 1984 that's an hour long. We've got 2 unconventional short films from the director from the 60s, his wildly satirical deconstruction of TV advertising.
Yeah.
That sounds fantastic. And then his mod pop art influenced documentary Computers Serve from 1968. Both are in Finnish with English subs. There's some deleted scenes and original song. There is a new commentary by film critic, professor, and programmer Olaf Mollier, and then a new essay by filmmaker and critic Vilje Sunen, that was said wrong, of the Risto Jarva Association from Finland, of course. And yeah, I mean, this looks great. The Blu-ray authoring was done by Fidelity in Motion. This is going to be a solid release.
You know, another great thing about all these releases we've talked about so far is that thanks to the extras, we're all going to finally learn how to pronounce the names together, you know, as a community, and that's what I like. Apropos of nothing, I just checked out to see if Oddballs was in fact a Canadian summer camp sex comedy, and to quote a wise Canadian, can confirm. So if Oddballs becomes available, you have made at least one sale.
Nice. Vinyl Nation is coming from Enjoy the Ride Records from 2020, and Enjoy the Ride just continuing putting out some of these smaller documentaries. This one is 92 minutes long, and it's region free. It's got an exclusive booklet featuring interviews with industry professionals, whatever that will mean. I'm a fan of vinyl, obviously. I love a lot that they've done for physical media, but man, this is interesting how ETR keeps doing this with some of these smaller documentaries.
Yeah, I watched the trailer for this, and it looked like it was fairly substantive. And I'm very interested in the recent resurgence of interest in vinyl. Now, I will say a lot of times, you know, the college kids that I'm surrounded by will be like, you know, vinyl has this warmth to the sound. Just listen, and then they'll put it on like some Fisher Price record player they got from Goodwill, and I'm like, kid, that ain't how it works. You know, but at the same time, you know, and I look at that cover art.
The art is amazing.
Yeah, I have this nostalgia about the search. You know, the algorithm oftentimes will introduce you to something new, whether it be a Netflix kind of algorithm or a Spotify algorithm, whatever. But the more you click on similar genres, the narrower the algorithm gets. Yeah. And the thing about the search in record stores and video stores and so on, and we all know this. I'm not saying anything revelatory, but it's true discovery, and it's for people who, digging through the crates. It's for people who want to expand their horizons, who want to be like, hey, you know what I'd like to see tonight? A Finnish sci-fi movie, you know? Or, hey, Curse of the Blue Lights on VHS looks like it might be good. I still don't know if it's good, but, you know, 25, 26 years later, I'm still excited to find out. And that's because of the same concept that this Vinyl Nation documentary is about. Based on the trailer, there's equal parts like vinyl pretentiousness and crate digging, and so I am pretty excited to see this movie. I don't know if I want to like own it necessarily, put it in my straining shelf right. Stuff, but I definitely want to see it. I do. Yeah.
I totally get that. And ETR has been doing some good stuff. I wasn't putting down the documentary. Sibner asked, didn't I like the Clue doc? I liked 2/3 of the Clue doc. I think that it had a lot of problems, and it's the filmmaker definitely got in the way of a lot of it, but some of the information, it was for a film that doesn't get any love. So it was done well. A lot of people are loving that GoldenEye documentary that they put out. But then, of course, they've had some real duds. I mean, the cassette one from a couple months ago was basically a PowerPoint presentation. So some of these are decent, some of these are just really not great. So yeah, just make sure it's something that you're getting into that you're wanting to see.
That GoldenEye is already sold out, hasn't it?
Oh, that sold out, I believe, either day 1 or 2 for the slipcover.
Wow.
Let's see. I think we only got this one. Or no, okay, so we got two. The Wounded Man. This one is getting released by Altered Innocence. This is a new 4K restoration from the OCN. And Henri is a frustrated teenager living with his parents in a provincial French coastal town. When they drag him to the train station to bid adieu to his sister, Henri sneaks off to a secluded bathroom and interrupts a hustler named Jean, satisfying the masochistic desires of an older male client. Henri falls desperately in love with the sexy criminal, but Jean evades Henri's affections. Undeterred, Henri shadows Jean as he traverses the dark and dangerous underbelly of their sleepy village. But as he descends deeper and deeper into Jean's world, there may not be an easy way out. Patrice Chéreau's 1983 drama is a revelation, an amazingly accomplished work that genuinely channels the transgressive, unsanitized sensibility of Jean Genet, boasting a breakout lead performance by young Jean-Hugh Anglade, and a script that took co-writers Chéreau and legendary gay French author and activist Hervé Goubier, I'm saying that wrong, 6 years to perfect. The result is a rich, strange, and sumptuous film, leading us to exhilaratingly mysterious and unfamiliar spaces, both physical and psychological. Here's the back of the slip. Here is the front. On this, we've got a video essay by Robert Payne called The Wounded Man and the Paradox of Queer Visibility. There is a video essay by Tom Giddings called Out of the Shadows, Criminalization of Sex Work in La Homelesse, and then a 32-page booklet edited and introduced by Heidi Elkoti of, I can't read that word, containing some other pieces. But I do want to point out, I got to see both of the video essays that are on this. They are incredible. This release is one that I definitely am looking forward to. I did get a screener of the film. I've not been able to see it yet because I literally just got it today. But the features on this are stupendous. The two visual essays are remarkable. I can see how some people might think that they are a little dry, but the amount of information that you get from them are just so good. Highly recommend this release.
Henri, are you all right? Are you all right? Are you all right, Henri? You've been hit by, you've been struck by smooth criminal.
Sidner wants a full stream of us trying to pronounce complicated names. Can we provide that?
I got actually, I'm happy that you do the heavy lifting on pronouncing the names. I rarely have to take on the difficult ones.
Oh, I'm going to pass it to you next time then.
All right. That's fair.
So that is it from the partner labels other than a re-release of the Zodiac Killer.
Yeah.
This is a region-free Blu-ray coming from AGFA, and it is the same disc as before, but what's crazy is they had 75 bundles that included this wonderful candle and this little note, and those sold out very quickly. The weird part is they allowed people to buy two of them. It wasn't limit per one per customer, so this one was gone quick.
Well, that way you have a note you can keep for your collection and one that you can give to a random person.
Just on the subway. Wow. And the note says, "This is the Zodiac speaking. Thank you for purchasing my Blu-ray. I would be so very thrilled if you like it. If you don't, well, my promises still stand. Why are evil people allowed to live when innocent rabbits must die? You may find out soon enough. I'll be seeing you." That wouldn't be ominous at all to get from a friend.
Yeah. That's why you get two copies, one for the collection and one to give to a random stranger. I'm particularly excited about that bonus movie there, Another Son of Sam. I don't know. Never heard of that.
Yeah. That was on the original release of this, and so this is coming out so people can get a slipcover. This was out of print. This is one that AGFA is re-releasing again.
Yeah, I missed out on the original, so this is exciting for me.
Well, and matching that Lady Street Fighter, this is a very film cell-centric slipcover. How do you feel about this one?
I mean, I like it.
It fits the film better than the other one, I think.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely. Like, I look at this and I think, oh, yeah, Zodiac Killer.
Right.
As opposed to the other one where I'm like, oh, she went shopping.
That's the alt title of Lady Street Fighter. She went shopping. Oh, man. All right, we got some merch from some partner labels as well. So just
Oh,
like Dan said last week, they have this beautiful looking print of the slip artwork for Justice Ninja Style. There is also this Cobra Karate shirt, which looks hilarious. Silver Bullets got a vinyl release if
oh,
you are into that. So yeah,
okay.
there's a lot here.
For the vinyl people,
There you go.
if you like vinyl and side boob,
Have I got a deal for you? Oh man. All right. So that is it from OCN. First off, any thoughts on this month from OCN?
well, like I said, I mean, every single movie, even ones that I wasn't super interested in at first, I've gotten interested in based on reviews and the descriptions, and really, it's been a solid couple months. Again, and not because they're on the stream. I mean, super excited about the catalog that Canadian International's been releasing. Um, I've been putting together like a Canadian film course that I don't know if I'll ever be able to teach, and I will have to put some serious acknowledgments in for for this.
It'll just be their discs.
Result. Well, a pretty good portion. Um, but yeah, I just love the slate. I think it's cool the way all the relationships seem to. I'm going to put a positive spin on everything. I think it's cool the way some labels have kind of spun off and gone into different deals, and new labels have come in. Because what's important is, from our end of things, is the availability of these releases, the availability of the supplements. So I'm excited. It feels like things are just growing. There's more.
Which is crazy.
Yeah. So,
opinion question now. I think this is the first time that we've seen any partner label release 2 titles in a month. Partner labels this month, we had 16 releases from partner labels. And then on top of that, another 5 from Vinegar Syndrome. So just Blu-ray releases, not even films, because there are double features, triple features. There's a lot of stuff here. How do you feel about a partner label putting out 2 in 1 month?
Well, I'm a lower middle class guy, so I got to sequence things out.
I had heard that you were literally trying to hide all of your money from us in the background because you were so rich. So.
Yeah, man. Oh, that'll be another live stream. We'll talk about the realities of the education industrial complex.
Should we just bite the cyanide pill now?
There are all these conversations about FOMO and budgeting and space and all of that. And so when so many releases come out and there are so many sales that pile up on each other, it can be, it's weird to say stressful because like, it's not a real problem, right, like in life. I mean, really, it's only a problem for the labels who are trying to sell the luxury suite that mm-hmm. Yeah, the Marriott River Center in lovely downtown San Antonio, where the Riverwalk will take you to the authentic San Antonio cuisine that is Charlie's cheesesteaks. Let's see, where were we? Yeah, it can be tough to prioritize for a collector. It can be tough to kind of budget for things. And you would hate for that to hurt like a label's rollout of a really good film, especially if it's something that might be under the radar. For people who are like, I just don't know if I have enough money to check out my first Estonian film this month.
Right.
But I also like the fact that each month Vinegar Syndrome does a spotlight sale on labels, so that gives people a chance to catch up on stuff that they've missed. So who am I? I don't know anything about business. If I did, I'd be in a better place than I am. But as a collector, yeah, we're at a point where we're at an embarrassment of riches, and we don't have the riches to get all the riches we want.
Thanks to Distorted Visions, who said this is the second month where AGFA released 2 titles, because in January they did Black Crystal and Bat Pussy. This is true. Totally forgot that. Eric Johnson says, it's good that physical media is, quote, dying. Otherwise, we'd really be screwed.
Right.
And
Which is
then,
a ironic comment given the conversation we're going to have at the end of the release.
Yep. Sibner says there's never been a more first world problem uttered, and this is true.
Exactly. It's a total first world problem.
All right, let's continue because we're still nowhere near done with announcements. Kino is giving us the Audie Murphy Collection Volume 3 with Hellbent for Leather, Posse from Hell, and Showdown. No date on this release yet, but I have a feeling that you have something to say about Audie Murphy.
Well, now everyone knows what few people knew before, which is that Judas Priest's greatest song was inspired by an Audie Murphy movie. Like Audie Murphy is nobody thinks Audie Murphy is a great actor, because he's not. He's in fact compelling in part because he is and I say this with respect, he's a damaged veteran who came back and carved out a career as a film performer. And there's in his performance, there's almost always this kind of damaged pathos.
Yeah.
And he's really compelling as a performer because of that. And I think the fact that this is the third collection tells you something about his popularity and his appeal to people. He's in a lot of good movies. And these 3 are, let's see, I've seen Showdown, and it was pretty good. I'm excited about, oh man, yeah, well, that's true. That's true. And in defense of our country, I've never actually seen Hellbent for Leather, but I'm George Sherman. I'm a fan of, I think, Big Jake. Well, I know how you feel about John Wayne, but I think Big Jake is a pretty good movie. I'm pretty excited about Posse from Hell too. Lee Van Cleef, John Saxon, Vic Morrow. Are you kidding? So
just nobodies.
Yeah. So Showdown I've seen and was pretty good. These other 2 films are pretty intriguing. I'm all for these continued. I know it's kind of funny. Like each month there's a new film noir collection, and it's just like it's getting into really like barrel scraping. But
Volume 29.
Yeah, but I'm excited about anytime a Kino collection gets released. I know that I'm going to at least check them out.
That is saying something. Hilton wants to know, when will Boogeyman come back for sale from Vinegar Syndrome? All of the ones that were announced as part of the Halfway to Black Friday sale will be available Memorial Day weekend again. Oh,
speaking of Boogeyman and Uli Lamo, when we were talking at the beginning about recent watches, I forgot to say the Devonsville Terror.
What did you think of it?
I enjoyed it quite a bit. I did.
Nice.
Yeah, it had a lot of good stuff in there.
That's awesome. And yeah, the Boogeyman cover looks the same style, so I'm glad that they're going to look similar.
Yeah.
Warner Archive announced Border Incident from 1949 with Ricardo Montalban. This is a new 2023 HD master from a 4K scan of the best preservation elements. This is going to have a commentary by Dana Poland and the original trailer. And yeah, we should be able to, I believe you can pre-order this now. A lot of the Warner Archive titles are pretty much being stuck on Amazon and Amazon only, or Moviezing if you go to their website. Yeah, this looks like a solid release, and Warner Archive pretty much never disappoints. I do want to point out, though, new logo for Warner Archive.
Yeah.
Fancy.
Hey, this is Anthony Mann, so it's kind of an automatic. Pretty sure that's a typo on the commentary. I think that's Dana Pollen with an A, not an I. Dana Pollen is really a really legendary film scholar, Dana Paulin with an I. I have no idea who that would be.
Maybe it's an imposter.
Yeah. Oh, it's like one of those Bruce Lee rip-off actors, maybe.
Yep, it's Bruce Lee. Yeah,
they're doing it. They're doing it with
for commentators. On the next release, it's got a commentary from Sam Dugan.
I was gonna say, or maybe Sam Dugan with one M, and it'll be me. Hey, anybody who's listening, if you want an imposter,
a commentary from Samuel Deegan.
Samuel Deegan.
Marilyn Monroe is in this next Warner Archive release. This is Clash by Night from 1952. This is also coming out in May with a brand new 2023 HD master from a 4K scan. This one have the OCN. This, of course, also has Barbara Stanwyck in this. And we got a commentary by Peter Bogdanovich featuring an archival interview excerpt from director Fritz Lang, however you want to say it, and the original trailer.
Oh, are you kidding me? Look at that cast, and then think about the fact that Fritz Lang is directing them. The film itself is is explosive. It's such a good, flawed, good, great in some ways. Fantastic film. I'm so glad that it's getting this upgrade. I'm so glad that Warner Archive is still releasing really important titles. Both of these are essential.
Well, and we're not done with Warner Archive. We got one more that Will is a big fan of, so we'll talk about that in a minute.
Yes.
Speaking of classics, July 11th, Kit Parker Films is releasing Stooge-O-Rama, The Men Behind the Mayhem, and Even More Mayhem. This will include 8 hours of material, including unreleased outtakes, color, home movies, rare TV appearances and commercials, theatrical trailers, unseen archival interview footage, forgotten audio recordings from live appearances, family photo galleries, and much more. We got a brand new presentation of the award-winning documentary program Stooges, The Men Behind the Mayhem, with a new introduction by Curly Howard's real-life grandson, Bradley Server.
Why did they have to say real life? Why can't they say grandson? Like we don't believe it?
It's from Curly's imposter's grandson. On top of that, we've got a lost theatrical featurette, Surprise, Surprise, all the way back from 1937, starring Mo, Larry, and Curly. And then a long unseen short subject, Everybody Likes Music, from 34 with Shemp. And then 11 plus hours of film, TV, radio, and personal appearance rarities, many never been released on home video before.
Oh my gosh. I cannot wait. I don't know if you remember, there were like 7 or 8 DVD volumes that collected every single short.
Yep.
I've got all of them.
Wow.
Watched them all many times. I'm a huge Stooges fan. When I was a kid, TBS used to show Stooges shorts at like 6 in the morning or something. And I would get up early and watch them. So it's like in my DNA. I can't believe this. Like all of this is like brand new.
It's a lot of stuff.
Yeah. So there's like no question that it will be in my home.
As we just talked about, you running out of space.
And I'm going to make my kids watch it. It's going to be great.
Dread Presents and Epic Pictures is releasing The Lake from 2022 on May 16th. This is a gigantic and bloodthirsty monster movie. The tagline, "A Monster Will Rise," is quite obvious for this. We've got the original Thai and English audio tracks on this, and then some original trailers, teasers, and it's region free. I've heard that it's not great, but it looks decent.
Yeah, that might be a streamer.
Yeah. Next up, we start getting into some big boys. Oh boy.
You know
okay.
Somebody needs to make a supercut of stuff you say too.
It's not. You just said Grover's penis.
You just said we're going to start getting into some big boys.
I mean, I'm a big boy. What do you expect? I'm sorry.
Well, I'm not against it. I'm just saying it would probably make a clip reel.
Yeah, you're right. Okay. Shout Factory started releasing a whole bunch of random crap on Monday. We've got a lot on this one box set, so let's dive into it. They are releasing Shaw Brothers Classics Volume 1. This is coming on June 13th. This also will have an exclusive 18 by 24 rolled poster if you get it from the Shout website. They say extras are in progress and will be announced later. This box set comprises 11 classic martial arts films from the famous Shaw Brothers library, featuring some of the greatest stars like Jimmy Wang Yu, Chang Pei Pei, Lo Lai, Ku Feng, and David Shang. Many of these films are debuting for the first time on Blu-ray. Get ready for some exciting thrills and chills. So the big thing to point out, none of these are from either of the Shaw Brothers box sets that were released by Arrow. None of these are going to be a part of the other upcoming Arrow releases at all, because those have all been dual released in both the UK and the US. So Arrow does not have the rights to these, period. 11 films. 11 discs. This is a big thing from Shout Factory.
Yeah.
So if you go to their website right now, this is running, I think, like $170 or $180. It will likely be coming down in price. It'll probably be a day one purchase at like 150-ish on Amazon, Orbit, Grindhouse, Diabolic type. But I could see this going on sale probably for around 120-ish a couple months later. So if you're wanting to hold out, this is a pricey box set, but it is 11 films.
Yeah, I mean, and this is what I was kind of alluding to when I mentioned the Renaissance. You know, I do a whole unit on Shaw Brothers in my cult films class. This semester we watched 36 Chambers of Shaolin, which is kind of a good entry point. Although, you know, a lot of the new generation don't even know who Wu-Tang is anymore.
Eric says it's 140 on Shout site right now.
Oh wow. But this, I have no doubt, is going to result in some new titles that get shared in class. Yeah, I mean, what an embarrassment of riches to have the Arrow box sets and indications that a third is coming. Obviously, this is the first of at least 2 from Shout. Wow.
Yeah. So the films we got in this, we've got The Assassin. Then we've got The Thundering Sword, The Golden Swallow, The Jade Raksha, The Bells of Death. Then The Sword of Swords, Killer Dart, The Invincible Fist. Oh, there's one more, sorry. Dragon Swamp, The Flying Dagger, and The Golden Sword. Did I not say The Golden Sword already?
With something else that was golden, I think.
Oh, The Golden Swallow, and then The Sword of Swords, and The Golden Sword.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing confusing there at all.
I've seen The Golden Sword. I've seen The Golden Sword. I've seen The Assassin, and I've seen Killer Dart. All of which were quite entertaining, but also pan and scan VHS. So
quite a bit different.
Yeah, I mean, Golden Sword's 2, 3, 5 to 1. So I can't wait to see these films and the ones that I haven't seen. That's going to be several weekends of revelry.
So when anybody questions if we are in the golden age of physical media, this is the type of stream that you have to point them to. We have 75 plus Instagram posts to cover in 1 week, and 4 of them are just this one Shaw Brothers set. One Shaw Brothers set that will be competing with multiple Shaw Brothers sets from another label. Like, that is unheard of in the HD era, at least.
It's pretty awesome, man.
It really is. It really is. Speaking of pretty awesome, Scream Factory is putting out
Yeah.
1972's Private Parts on June 6th. This is a bizarre looking movie. The trailer for this, by
so
the
good.
way, if you have never seen it, the trailer gives away a lot of the plot points for this. So you may want to stay away. Maybe watch like 10 seconds to see if it's your vibe. But yeah, it definitely gives a lot away.
Oh, it's your vibe. It's Paul Bartel, man. This film is so weird and awesome. I'm a huge fan. There's a DVD version that's not great. So this is huge. Warning to those who would purchase it from a evil corporation named after a rapidly disappearing rainforest. The website confuses this Private Parts with the Howard Stern biopic. So if you order it, you might be getting the wrong movie. So I would recommend getting it direct from Shout Factory or from some other reputable source, like a boutique label or a boutique store like Diabolic or Grindhouse or Orbit, or what was the name of the place that's in Massachusetts?
I believe it's called Legends.
Legends. Get it from there too. Maybe they have it.
One thing I want to point out, and I completely agree with Sibner here. This was announced on today's the 6th, 5th, 4th. This was announced on April 3rd. The release date for this is June 6th. So essentially 2 months, period. Why are we not announcing the extras for this? They're not recording interviews with people that are not confirmed yet in 5 weeks or anything. Why can we not make that public information?
I'm available.
Yes.
I'll talk about Private Parts all day. I love that fucking movie.
And obviously you're probably not on it, or you would have told me by now. But
no, I'm not.
Seriously, on April 3rd, why can we not publicly say this is getting a trailer and nothing else, or this is getting a trailer and an audio commentary? Or by now, you know what the transfer is going to be. You know if it's going to be a restoration. Why is that a secret until the week before? It makes no sense.
I don't know.
You look baffled. Continuing their classic horror stuff, Scream Factory is giving us 1964's The Strangler. I'm honestly kind of surprised they're putting this out. It does look like they're not going to do any extras for this film. They're not even telling us there might be something that is going to be on the disc. It's just the film. But hey, we're getting it.
Yeah, when that was announced, I thought it was going to be one of their like $35 limited edition,
collector's editions,
edition things. So I know nothing about this film. I will talk about Private Parts all day, Steve. Yeah, I don't know anything about this movie. I'd probably like to see it, but I don't know. I'm gonna have to look it up. I'll find some reviews on a website somewhere.
The star of this is King Tut from the 60s Batman TV show.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
The big title for this month from them, maybe, is the fact that they are giving us Creepshow from 1982 on 4K. Of course, they're saying final extras and specs will be confirmed at a later date. They are doing one of their crazy sets with enamel pins. They've got this little foil sticker that they're doing. Mm-hmm. This will likely have all of the special features from their previous release. It's got 2 different slip covers, 2 different posters. There's all kinds of stuff. The most egregious thing we're going to talk about in just a moment. So we'll come back to Creepshow in just a second. But first, let's talk about Creepshow 3. So everybody complained about this. Have you seen Creepshow 3?
I haven't.
So I've never seen the amount of vitriol on any of my posts than when I posted this. People legitimately saying first off, this is a site exclusive, limited to 1,500 copies. And people said, cool, 100 people can each buy 15 of them because nobody likes this movie.
Well, if you don't like it, don't get it. I'm interested in seeing it. I've read that it's to be charitable, not as good as the first two. But why not? You know, I'd like to check it out. I don't think I'll spend $30 on it or anything.
Yeah, not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all. But okay, I forgot about this one as first
Oh.
two. Motel Hell is coming out on 4K. This is coming on June 27th. What's crazy, there is no special package for this. Motel Hell doesn't get a steelbook, doesn't get any crazy slipcovers, but posters or anything. Motel Hell, this is a glorious movie.
It's an incredible movie. I love this movie. Didn't it? What the Blu-ray got a steelbook?
It did, yeah. Yes.
So, and there's no new extras or anything.
They're saying final extras to be announced later. Which again, this is coming out on June 27th. You know about them now. You should have told us.
Well, and again, I'm not on it, and I should be. I love Motel Hell. I could talk about it all day. We'll see. I don't know if this movie needs a 4K necessarily. I'm not against it. I love the movie, and so I'll probably get this eventually. But
this is one I'm eager to see reviews on.
Yeah. I mean, anytime Motel Hell gets some attention, I'm happy.
Same.
But if they don't have anything new on it,
it's kind of sad.
Yeah, come on. And you could shout, Scream Factory, shout, scream, whatever. You could have something new on it. I teach this film fairly regularly. I have many student essays that I can steal ideas from.
That's what baffles me about these. Like, there are people competing to be a part of these releases.
Yeah.
And you won't even give us like a 4-minute featurette on the setting of Motel Hell or the characterization of Farmer Vincent or anything like that. Nothing.
Yeah.
You can't have somebody, some random podcast do a commentary.
I think a lot of these labels miss out because academics are conditioned to work for free.
Right.
I mean, that's kind of like our lot in life. They trick us into thinking that there are some sort of psychological or spiritual rewards, which there are not. But at any rate, we accept that we work for free at nights and on the weekends. And yet, the one activity that we might actually enjoy doing for free, we rarely get the opportunity.
We'll pass.
Yeah.
Well, as we pile on Shout Factory, let's really shit on Scream Factory. I don't know if you read the details on this post. So, on top of the pins and art card or slipcovers and poster variants that they're doing, Shout Factory unveiled another Creepshow 4K bundle. This includes these 5 lobby cards.
Okay.
I'm going to zoom in on this. These 5 lobby cards, and they are charging an extra $40 for this bundle that only adds 5 lobby cards.
Oh, yeah, fuck that.
5 lobby cards for $40. I'm going to repeat this multiple times because I have to admit, I think this is the most egregious form of taking advantage of fans that I've seen in the boutique industry in years. I made Will walk away because I am so fired up about this. So I don't understand this. I have been somebody that has defended some of these decisions from some of these labels multiple times. I've had people literally call me a shill for these things so many times that I can't even count. I'm not a shill for anybody, believe me. This thing pissed me off so much this week. I don't understand, first of all, how lobby cards could cost $40. The second thing, the egregious decision to charge as much for lobby cards as somebody like Treasured Films charges for this entire release, plus shipping, just for 5 lobby cards, is one of the most embarrassing shitty decision from a company in this industry that I have ever seen. You went up to go to the bathroom, and I'm still ranting about it because it's so bad.
Well, and I'm in my hotel room, so I could hear the whole thing because the bathroom's right there. But yeah, I felt the energy coming, and I was like, "This is my opportunity to because I don't have a bottle this week that I can pee in." But I also felt like the fact that I was urinating while you did that was a show of solidarity. I felt like I was urinating on those cards in many ways.
Well, we
you're
all
right.
appreciate that.
You're 100% right. Like, I think that it's awesome when boutique labels have cool premiums, and we're going to see some cool premiums later. And I'm happy to pay extra when it's something that's like clever and collectible and interesting and stuff. But when it's like this, when it's just an absolute gouge, and I'm very forgiving. I'm probably more forgiving of Shout and Scream than most people.
Not to cut you off, I honestly am too for the most part. This bundle without the lobby cards, the pins are really cool. I personally have most of the enamel pins that they've released because I love enamel pins. I'm an idiot. I don't know why. But enamel pins, they normally charge like $50 for the 5 or 6 enamel pins that come as part of these bundles. That's a lot. However, they're enamel pins that take a lot, and most enamel pins are like $12 to $15 each, so it's actually a pretty decent price. But this is a goddamn joke.
Yeah, if you've got a printer and some cardstock, you can make this for free. You don't need. Yeah, it's just. It's disappointing. Well, you said it. I don't have anything to add to the rant. I thought that was quite eloquent and accurate.
I don't know. I mean, it's to the point where you have to question the decision that goes into it, because obviously these could be very, very nice lobby cards. These could be super thick paper. And even if you look at their site right now, they have no details on it. They say a limited edition lobby card set via Gutter Garbs, limited to 500 units. It says see description for complete details. Let's see. Do they have the size here? 10 inches by 8 inches. So it's like the size of a sheet of paper. Sure, it'll be a nice large thing, but $40 for 5 of them. They are ultra heavy cardstock. So is that worth $40?
Sorry, I was laughing at you saying it'll be a nice large thing, but $40 for 5 of them, and I took it out of context.
I don't really want to give this any more attention, but it deserves all of the negative attention that it can get.
Yeah, and and Shout should hear that, because I mean they have so much going for them. They really are. I mean, they have so many great titles. They've put out so many great releases, and when they do something like this, they should hear about it.
It is $12 more to get the second site release of Texas Chainsaw Massacre on 4K in a limited edition box with a more than 100-page book with it than it is for these art cards.
Well, I think that tells you where you should put your money.
Wicked Vision in Germany sends art cards with everything just for the fucking fun of it. And Scream Factory, or Shit Factory, whatever you want to call it tonight.
Wow.
This is, again, the worst thing that I have seen literally with any of these boutiques. Like, I understand 8x10 is large. I understand it'll be on heavy cardstock. But good God, man, $40. $40. Anything else about Creepshow, Will?
Take that $40 and get 3 copies of Bat Pussy.
Yeah, and I don't even know what to say. Like, you can buy the 4K of the movie that comes with a full poster that is 18 inches by 24 inches, and it's $35 for
Mhm.
the movie on 4K and a poster.
I mean, yeah, I don't know how many trust fund kids collect physical media, but I guess this is who it's for.
Yes, Creepshow is not only a good movie. Creepshow is a great movie. It's a classic. It's beloved. I love Creepshow.
Yeah,
Couch brings up a good point. When I found out that they were announcing Creepshow last week, I was like, cool, maybe we'll finally get a comic.
Good question.
Nope.
You know what? And I'd go even further. If I was charging this much and had a big box, I would do some reprints. I would do reprints of multiple EC comics. You know, all of the source ones at least. Put it in an anthology. Yeah, that would be worth it.
And to steal from Severin's attempt at making some people pissed off, if you're a cardboard enthusiast, they are downgrading the packaging. This isn't even a hard box like the Blu-ray packaging. It's just a regular crappy slipcover.
Well, then I'll keep what I got.
Exactly.
Yeah. You already got my money for Creepshow. Shout. You shan't get any more for Creepshow.
Paul says, are these lobby cards made out of meteor shit?
That's the joke of the night right there. Meteor shit.
To prove my point about people calling me a shill, even Joe Jack says, when Ryan is talking shit, you know it's bad. I try to be positive a lot of the time. This is embarrassing for this community. This is awful.
Hey, you know, Ryan, every hard stock lobby card is someone's favorite hard stock lobby card.
That was a good try.
I couldn't even make myself buy into it.
It only would have made sense if you would have said if every $8 hard stock lobby card. Oh man. Okay, here's something positive. I got to interview Ira Hayden from A Nightmare on Elm Street 3, and I'm wearing his shirt tonight. Look at that.
Yeah.
Please go watch the interview. He's a wonderful person.
Yeah, that's awesome. Oh, here we go.
I love Dream Warriors. We've been talking about Severin in the chat all night, and it's finally time to talk about some of their announcements. We're getting Alien from the Abyss from 1989. They are selling this from their site, and it will be coming to you hopefully by the end of April. The wide release will happen around the end of June. So if you are getting it through Severin's, Amazon storefront or Orbit or something, it'll be coming later. But yeah, you can get this directly from them this month, it looks like. This is another Antonio Margheriti film, Alien from the Abyss. Have you seen this one?
Not yet, but I'm gonna, because I love Antonio Margheriti. And I assume we'll talk about the bundle in a bit. This is a bundle. This is part of a bundle that I've been more excited about than any for quite a while. And this film is an unseen film for me that I'm super excited about. Read about in several books about Italian exploitation and genre films. And, to finally see it restored, I can't wait.
This is a good month from I was sending a comment back to Terry in the chat. I forgot to talk about the feature. So this one is getting an interview with Eduardo Margheriti, the cinema of Antonio Margheriti. That's 61 minutes long. That one's called The Outsider. And then Son of the Outsider, interview with the Outsider director, Eduardo Margheriti. This one looks fun. And then this made some waves. So same thing. Coming at the end of April, if you order it direct from Severin, or the end of June, if you get it widest. This is the Complete Comic Book Presents Channel 4 Films. Nearly 20 hours of legendary UK comedy and special features on 3 different discs. This is from the pioneering 80s comedy troupe, which included Rick Mayall, I never remember how to say his last name. Adrian Edmondson, Don French, Nigel Planer, Peter Richardson, and Jennifer Saunders, whose series of short films for Britain's Channel 4 led directly to The Young Ones, Absolutely Fabulous, and the entire UK alt comedy movement, which is hugely inspirational for a lot of people. We are getting a 93-minute documentary called The Rise of the Comic Strip, featuring a whole bunch of them. We get the comic strip from 1981, a 30-minute short film by Julian Temple, which we had already heard about tonight. 30 years of comic strip from 2012, which is 96 minutes long. We got a whole bunch of other stuff. Bad News, The Whole Sordid Story, Bad News, Bohemian Rhapsody music video, behind the scenes, more stories, photo gallery, and additional feature, which is this web store exclusive slipcover. Yeah.
Oh yeah. So whenever a bundle comes out, I can't get it without having a little conversation with my better half. And I said, well, this one's got Bad News, the comic strip stuff in it. And she's like, what the hell's that? And I go, well, it's the guys from The Young Ones and the gals from Absolutely Fabulous. And she was like, get it. So, that's the review. Get it. I cannot wait to see this. Never seen them before, read about it. It's like always when you look up actors and their filmographies and TV series, you see these titles. I've not seen any of this stuff. Can't wait. Super can't wait.
Yeah, I am a big fan of when you can compile an entire comedy troops stuff as much as you can together. It's like a must dive in for me. Mm-hmm. And I've seen a little bit of the Bad News stuff, but not. I mean, first off, this was not something that went deep into the zeitgeist for the last 15 years of U.S. individuals, even in comedy, really. This is something that I'm dying to just take every minute apart as much as I can.
Yeah, and it's good timing too, because I just got the new Blu-ray release of the complete Young Ones series from Diabolic, and
nice.
I'm excited to dive into that as well.
Very nice. They rounded out their monthly slate with Extraterrestrial Visitors, which is directed by Juan Piquer Simon. JPS is the one that directed Pieces, of course. This is from 1983, and this is the restored director's cut of the French-Spanish co-production that remains the most singularly screwy ET-influenced film in Euro cult history. When snorkel-nosed furry aliens arrive on Earth, they'll encounter a foggy wilderness filled with sociopathic poachers, Simon's twisted vision of what an 80s American rock band looks and sounds like, bizarre burst of violence and pathos, and the boy who befriends a blue-eyed extraterrestrial he names Trumpy. Discover the movie Beyond Mystery Science Theater 3000, a very, very weird film, also known in various versions as The Return of E.T., The Unearthling, and Pod People, now featuring a 4K scan from the 35mm negative with special features that include a feature-length documentary on the director. And obviously, Juan Piquer Simon has done a lot of stuff, and I'm dying to see this documentary.
Wait. Does the CD soundtrack have the Idiot Simona, Idiot Simona, that song that MST does?
I don't know.
Oh,
it says it's a CD soundtrack single.
It's got to be it. Oh, I can't wait. Oh.
So there's an interview with actor Emilio Linder, interview with the soundtrack composer Liberato Pastor, private concert from Liberato Pastor, alternate Pod People opening credits, and then that bonus CD soundtrack single. This is an amazing release.
It stinks. Pod People, yeah. Pod People is a classic Mystery Science Theater 3000 episode. The stinger, It Stinks, is iconic of the entire series. I've seen the Mystery Science Theater Pod People many, many, many times, and the thought of seeing the movie uncut with with all of the cutscenes restored, which is what uncut means. Just in case anybody was confused, because I'm using technical language.
Oh, thank goodness.
Oh, I'm so excited to see this, and I've said the phrase "I can't wait." I think 173 times tonight.
Well, we still got probably 40 more to go.
Yeah, this is such a great month all around, and Severin in particular. These two films, these three. Well, two films.
We're not even done either.
Yeah, cannot wait to see, and the documentary about Simone. Oh my God, I can't wait.
Dude McMahon says, I know you said before you're not a huge Mystery Science Theater 3000 fan, but Pod People is a classic episode. I'm not anti Mystery Science Theater 3000. I'm just not huge into it because I wasn't raised in it. But what I've seen, I've mostly enjoyed.
Pod People is something you should check out. It is. I know a lot of people say Manos is the greatest of the Joel era. I think Pod People is. I think Pod People is the best Joel episode.
I do wish that we could get the MST3K versions on some more of these releases. I know we've gotten a couple, but yeah.
That's what. Well, hey, since we shat on Shout Factory, that's something that I've really appreciated since they have the rights to a lot of them. Is whenever they release things like the Mole People or the Bat People or the whatever people, they include the MST episode on there, and that's always a cool thing.
Yeah.
But anyway, here we go.
The big stuff from Severin that everybody's excited for is they are giving some awesome merch for extraterrestrial visitors. There is a 17-inch Trumpy plush that they're selling, and then a shirt that says, I'm a Virgin Islander. Let's get a close-up on that. Severin Films Virgin Islands. So they've got a few different bundles. We've got just the Friend of Trumpy bundle, which is the extraterrestrial visitors. You can do just the films, or you can do everything. And I got to admit, for 3 films, one of which is, I think it was a 3-disc set with hours and hours of features, plus a plushie, plus a t-shirt for $123. This compared to $40 lobby cards. Like, look at the difference there.
If you pay $40 for lobby cards, you actually are a virgin. Because clearly your priorities are fucked. Where would you wear that t-shirt though? Like, I would love to have that t-shirt, but like I'm not sure what context wearing it would be as funny as I want it to be.
Like on the plane.
If we get turbulence, I can just look around and be like, anybody? Yeah, I'm very tempted for the Anthony. I'm very tempted for the full bundle on this one, but it'll definitely be at least the films, all of them, because this is a great month.
It really is.
Well, and last month was really good too, and I haven't been able to pull the trigger on that one either. So I'm gonna have to try and figure out a way to get both of these.
Yeah, it's Severin has been doing a lot, and again, it's after coming back from some times that didn't appeal to me necessarily, but then
you talking about Birdemic?
Doing what?
Are you talking about the Birdemic month?
I mean, I didn't love that, but then like this set definitely is appealing.
Yes,
I mean, stuff that they're doing is great, and the rumors are if you are into this month, be prepared because may see a box set coming again. So yeah,
Severin's killing me. Well, I saw a cryptic Twitter post from Andrew Furtado today that, as a North Carolinian, made me hopeful in ways that I had not allowed myself to be hopeful before. And I don't know if it's true, but if it is true, I'm going to be very happy. That's all I can say.
What was the cryptic tweet?
I posted a picture of some like degraded film that was unusable, but it was just
Oh, I saw that. Yes.
and it was he said in the Carolinas, and that made me think it might be an Earl Owensby situation. And if it were an Earl Owensby situation, I would be quite pleased, because that could mean a possibility of Rottweiler 3D.
Interesting.
But several other. I mean, Owensby made a dozen nasty exploitation films in North Carolina, and all of them deserve to be seen. So, but he said Carolinas, so for all I know, it's like another edition of The Mutilator or something, which I think that's a South Carolina movie. But I don't fuck with South Carolina. I'll tell you a funny South Carolina story real quick. You want?
I mean, of course.
I might have told already. So we had this theater in Greensboro, North Carolina, where I am, that used to show movies at midnight, exploitation horror movies at midnight. Or well, it was at 10 p.m., but it was like midnight movies on 35 millimeter. And one night went to see Friday the 13th in 3D. Stop me if I've told this before. So in that movie, there's not one, but two scenes in which characters go into an outhouse and do business and hear a noise and then just pull up their trousers without any sort of hygienic maneuvers whatsoever. And the first time it happened, the audience was like, and there was like, pot smoke just all over the theater. The first time it happened, the audience was like, ew, right? And the second time it happened, this guy behind me, high as hell, the character in the film just pulls up their pants, no wipe, nothing. And the guy behind me, high as hell, goes, God damn, they must be in South Carolina. So that's my South Carolina story.
That's wonderful. Yeah, I had who was that? Eric said the extras in the bundle add $26 to the cost of the individual releases. Slight correction, it's $36. But either way, $36 for a T-shirt and a 17-inch plushie.
Yeah, that's not bad, actually.
That's nothing. And it's less than lobby cards.
It's a lot less than lobby cards. $4 less than lobby cards. And let me tell you, you can wash the shirt.
And probably the plushie.
And probably the plushie. You can get those things wet and it'll be fine.
Just not after midnight. Anyways, next, Umbrella Entertainment. They are releasing 2 films in June. The first is Houseboat Horror from 1989. When a music video shoot on the seemingly tranquil Lake Infinity turns into a smorgasbord of horror, death, and blood-gushing mayhem, it can only mean one thing. Acid Head, a horribly scarred axe-wielding maniac with the grudge against interlopers, is loose. This gets this special edition straight from the Umbrella store with custom artwork on an outer rigid slipcase, a custom artwork slipcase, undiscovered masterpiece of cinema, 48-page perfect bound book, 8 art cards that they're just throwing in, A3 reversible poster, limited edition numbered release, new 1080p master, upscaled and color corrected from the producer Ollie Martin's original archival materials, audio commentary with Tony Martin and film historian Jarrett Gahan, 30th anniversary Monster Fest Q&A with a bunch of people involved with the film, some other featurettes, all kinds of stuff. Here is a closer look at some of the other stuff. We got Houseboat Horror Book, undiscovered masterpiece of cinema. We've got Banned in Queensland enamel pin. And then this is the art on the actual release. And this is the art that they're going with on the slip. That's, I mean, wow.
Go back up to the cast there.
Back up to the cast. Alan Dale, Christine Jestin, Craig Alexander, Des McKenna, and Gavin Wood.
See, there's another such Bruce Lee situation. I saw Alan Dale, and for a second I thought they got the skipper, and then I realized no, it was a bait and switch. They were counting on fans of Gilligan's Island to be like, oh, I got to get this.
Of course,
because I mean it fits houseboat horror. You know?
Yeah.
Stan's right. We need to make you that shirt.
Umbrella, more importantly, maybe, is giving us another release in June. A Tale of Two Sisters from 2003. One of my absolute favorites. So this is getting a custom artwork outer rigid slipcase, custom artwork slipcase on the inside, the 48-page perfect bound book, 8 art cards, a reversible poster, limited edition numbered release. More special features to be announced, but one big thing, this gets a brand new 4K restoration, scanned and color graded by the Korean Film Archive and supervised by the director. Wow, yeah, I will take that.
Yeah, this film's a masterpiece, and you know, even the DVD tells you how great this film looks. I can't wait. I can't wait to see the 4K restoration, because it is a gorgeously composed film. Very creepy. If you haven't seen it, you must. And I think this is the way to see it. Woo! Very pleased.
Yeah, this looks beautiful. Love this movie. This is an astonishing release, and sadly, it does kind of blow the Arrow release from a couple of years ago out of the water.
I do have that release, and that, you know, it looked good, looked better than the DVD, obviously. But yeah, I'm probably gonna upgrade here.
Yeah. Now, if you go for the crazy rigid slipcase and all of that fun stuff, that is a Umbrella Store exclusive. But just like a lot of their other exclusives, they are selling just the regular slipped version of the film, which you should be able to pre-order on like Orbit and Diabolic and Grindhouse here in the next few days. And in fact, one of them you probably can already.
I think that's probably the way I'm going to go. I got to be honest, you know, and no offense to Umbrella, because I love their releases, but I did the Ultra special edition package of Martyrs, which is a favorite film of mine.
Yeah,
and it was pretty pricey. And when I got it, I a little disappointed. It did not have a rigid slipcase.
No, that was one of their first ones that they were doing on this.
Right. So I know
they've upgraded a lot since then.
I know this is an upgrade, but also was disappointed with the art on the slipcase. And you know, the film is great, and that's the important thing. And I do love the addition, but and I recognize they've upgraded, and these are rigid slipcases and whatnot. But I don't know. I'll have to think about it.
Well, and you know, speaking of Shout Factory's gouging, we kind of went in on Umbrella's gouging last week or the week before. Yeah. They are kind of pricey. Some of these that they're charging literally like $60 US for before shipping.
Yeah,
it's when the standard release with the slip and the movie is like $20 US. The $40 extra stuff is not worth $40.
Yeah, you know, and I don't know. Well, I'll say it. You know, when you get the books, it's really hit or miss. You know, this does not list who's writing. Does it? Does it list the writers?
I don't think so. I'll go to their website to make sure I didn't miss something when I copied it, but I don't think so.
I mean, not that you need, you know, good writers that you know can write stuff that's not great, and writers that you don't know can write stuff that's great. But I've definitely gotten burned on getting books like this and then it being kind of fluffy inside, you know. I'm not saying that's the case for Tale of Two Sisters, and so don't get it twisted. This movie is so good. I don't care what the extras are. I can't. You know, it's a must. It's a must grab. But we'll see what version makes the most sense.
Yeah, and again, if you've not seen this film, highly recommend the film. It is an astonishing movie.
Oh yeah.
God, I don't remember if the Arrow release was the first time I'd seen it or the second, but it is an incredible movie, genuinely creepy in quite a few parts.
Oh yeah.
And super well acted. Super well acted. Anything else on Tale of Two Sisters?
This might be my favorite movie that I've seen that we're talking about tonight. Actually, tied for one that hasn't come yet.
Oh, interesting. Well, we still got a lot more, so let's keep going. June 13th, we're getting Juggernaut from Kino Lorber. What's that? It's not this one?
It's not this one.
This has a new audio commentary with Steve Mitchell and Nathaniel Thompson on it. Juggernaut, anything from you?
Yeah, all those disaster movies have are a fun spectacle. It's not a great or even a good movie by any means, but it's very entertaining. Great ensemble cast. I will say and stand by what I don't think it's a very high risk statement. The disaster movies of this era are all fun.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah. So definitely, if nothing else, it's worth seeing. I mean, Richard Harris and Omar Sharif, come on.
Right. I mean, that's a big deal.
Yeah.
All right. What do we got next? Next, we got some vintage classics coming from Studio Canal, UK. We've got 4 of them coming from the Vintage Classics line. First is The Conquest of Everest, which is from 1953. This is a documentary that is celebrating the film's 70th anniversary, a brand new restoration of the Oscar-nominated and BAFTA winner for Best Documentary, The Conquest of Everest. This is getting a new restoration of the film, British Entertainment History Project interview with the producer, and some archival footage. And I've not seen this doc, but I'm super interested.
Oh yeah, are you kidding? I mean, this is like prototypical Herzog. I love stuff, especially earlier documentaries like this. Just seeing how they got the footage and put it together in the conditions that obviously are much more difficult than they are today. Super excited about this. Have not seen it. I've seen clips and stuff from just reading and researching and learn when I was doing my basic coursework and everything. So yeah, this is very, very cool.
Next one is Rattle of a Simple Man. This is a film by Muriel Box, which you're going to hear that name a lot over the next couple minutes. This is from 1964, and this again gets a new restoration of the film. And interview with Hugh Futcher and Game for Anything. Muriel Box and The Rattle of a Simple Man. Couple featurettes, but adding to it, getting a new release.
I don't know Muriel Box.
Neither did I. So let's go to the next one, which is another Muriel Box. This is The Passionate Stranger from 1957.
Huh.
This gets a new restoration, and this is got a featurette called An Out-and-Out Feminist, Muriel Box and The Passionate Stranger. Woman Behind the Picture, archival interview with Muriel. And then The Truth About Women, a film by Muriel Box. This one's from 1957. Wow. This one I wanted to read. This one says, The Truth About Women, which Muriel Box called her most personal film, reveals the complex lives of women and the assertion that women can and should be an equal partner in the business of life. A witty and touching comedy with a great cast including Lawrence Harvey, Julie Harris, Eva Gabor, Mai Zetterling, and Diane Cilento. The film features striking cinematography from Otto Heller and sumptuous costume design by Cecil Beaton.
So I just looked her up, and I can't believe I've never heard of her. Britain's most prolific female director, who directed 12 feature films, which is
not very many for prolific.
Well, yeah, it says something about Britain's film industry. One for best won Academy Award for Best Original Screenplay for The Seventh Veil, which is a film I am familiar with. Well, shit, this is a total blind spot. All three of these are going to need to be. Well, that gives us what, a quarter? We talked about math before.
Yes, you'll have a quarter of her filmography, of her director's filmography, at least.
Yeah, there you go.
Those are all coming on May 29th from Studio Canal in the UK. Next up, we got some Radiance announcements, which, oh my God, we're still going. There's still so much to cover. Coming on July 17th in the UK from Radiance, we're getting Thieves Like Us from 1974. Little known director named Mr. Altman did this. We got Keith Carradine, Shelley Duvall in this. This has an audio commentary by Robert Altman, a new interview with Joan Tewksbury, who discusses the film and her working relationship with Altman, new interview with Keith Carradine, Jeff Andrew on Thieves Like Us, the critic discusses the film and its place within Altman's work. Two classic radio plays featured in the film, The Shadow, written by and starring Orson Welles, and Speed Gibson of the International Secret Police, starring Ed Gardner. We also have a limited edition booklet featuring new writing by critic Pamela Hutchinson, archival writing by Altman, and a piece looking at the script development from the novel by Professor Alan Schroeder.
Yeah, this is pretty exciting. So Kino,
years ago,
out, but it only has the Altman commentary. So all the other new stuff is new. It doesn't look like it's a new transfer or anything. So if you have the Kino edition, your upgrade is just for those just for those features. But those radio plays actually are pretty enticing.
That's cool.
To me.
Yeah.
So, this is one that I'm really looking at the bundle. It's a good movie. As the description notes, it was previously adapted as They Live by Night, the Nicholas Ray movie, and great double feature right there. Yeah, I would rank this in my probably top 10 Altman. Probably near the bottom of the top 10, but definitely in the top 10. And for a guy who's got like 50 credits or something, yeah. that's saying something.
Well, speaking of credits from Altman, let's go next to OC and Stiggs, which is a world Blu-ray premiere of this film. This says OC and Stiggs are a pair of sharp teens who carry out a vendetta against middle-class neighbor Mr. Schwab as his insurance company has canceled OC's grandfather's retirement policy. From characters created by Ted Mann and Todd Carroll of the National Lampoon, Robert Altman brought OC and Stiggs to the screen, a blazing satire of 1980s America. A precursor to delinquent characters like Wayne and Garth, Beavis and Butthead, the film has been described as cooler than Ferris, as savage as Heather's, beautifully shot with visual anarchy to match its acerbic screenplay. OC and Stiggs features a sensational cast including Jane Curtin, Paul Dooley, John Cryer, Dennis Hopper, Melvin Van Peebles, and others, presented on Blu-ray for the first time ever in the world. This gets a new documentary featurette on the making of the film by critic Hunter Stevenson. I said critter. Featuring new interviews with the cast and crew. More details are coming on that one. New interview with Robert Reed Altman on OC and Stiggs archival featurette from 2005. And then a limited booklet featuring archival writing by Robert Altman about the film and his approaches to filmmaking.
Very excited about this. I have an old DVD of it. I don't know if I would have ever thought to compare these characters to Beavis and Butthead, but I guess I can see it. Yeah, as it says, this is a premiere HD edition, so it's kind of a must-have. I'm pretty excited about this. I don't rank this in my top 10 Altman, but I definitely want to see it again. I want to see it restored. I want to check out all this background information. Cooler than Ferris Savage as Heathers. All right. Whoever wrote this got really excited. Because we got Wayne and Garth, Beavis and Butthead, Ferris Bueller, and Heathers, all in one. And I will contrast that against the fact that, okay. You know what? That description is a challenge to all of us. We all need to watch this movie and decide whether that is a reasonable bit of ballyhoo.
Keep in mind, both of these two Altman releases are Region B only. They're going to be locked to Region B. They are both going to the UK, not coming out from Radiance in the US. This last one is going to be a US and UK release, and that is the Iron Prefect. This is the first time this has been released with English subtitles on Blu-ray. This is coming on the July 17th and says, based on the true story of the Iron Prefect, Cesar Mori, who was sent to Sicily for an Elliot Ness in the Untouchable style cleanup of the mafia. Mori approaches organized crime on the island with uncompromising force, even in the face of mass murders designed to scare him off. The director, he directs the stunning period piece, which won the David Di Donatello Award for Best Film and features spaghetti Western icon Guiliano Gemma, I never remember how to say his last name, sorry, brilliantly playing against type as the titular hero, winning him an award for his performance at the prestigious Karlovy Vary Film Festival. Alongside Gemma, I'm assuming, are the cream of international film from the period with co-stars Claudia Cardinal and Francisco Rabal, the key surveyor of Italy's civic cinema screenwriter Ugo Piero. We also got Ennio Morricone doing the composing on this. 2K restoration of the film from the OCN, and we've got an archival interview with the director, new interview with a biographer, new appreciation of Guiliano Gemma on the film by filmmaker Alex Cox, which is really cool. And then the booklet on this features new writing by Italian cinema expert Guido Bonsaver and an original article on the real-life Cesar Mori and his mafia raid as depicted within the film.
Super excited about this. This period of time, the decade or so between the mid-'70s and mid-'80s, right, is known as the years of lead in Italy. Yes. Which is a period, for those unfamiliar, is a period of time when there were more assassinations and terrorist activities from both right and left wing terrorists and mafiosi than ever before. And during that period of time, you had several really great mafia themed films from Francesco Rossi, Damiano Damiani, Lena Wertmuller, and many others, Iron Prefect being one, as well as the advent of the cannibal film, the Italian cannibal film, which are generally not so much commentaries on mafia and terrorism, but on colonialism, post-colonialism. So this period of Italian cinema, I think, is the most vital for genre films. Polizio Tesci as well, which often have mafia themes. So this film, for that reason, is exciting to me, sight unseen. Great cover art too. Just to step back from my bullshit academia, that dude's badass.
Yep. The alt art that is going to be on the back of this is pretty sweet too. It shows him in like a suit and tie with a long coat on, wearing this wonderful white hat, and at the bottom it says, "I am the law."
Yeah. I am the law.
Let's go to the next one. We are close now to being done. Arrow has launched their Easter Carnage sale. There are titles up to 50% off. You got a UK sale and a US sale. As usual, the UK sale is much better than the US sale. However, if you're in the US, it sort of balances out because you got to pay for shipping, obviously. Prices are not entirely great. I would warn everybody, if you're considering buying from here and you haven't checked out Hamilton Book in the last month, you might want to go look on Hamilton Book first, because some of their prices, they got out of print Arrow stuff for $8, literally $7.95. So you might want to go take a look over there, because nothing on the Arrow US site is under, I think, like $17. So it's quite a bit different.
Yeah, definitely no $8 titles, that's for sure.
But as part of their sale, they announced Giallo Essentials Blue, which is a this is going to be an odd one, because this is a repackaging of a limited edition set that had been separated, and now they added a title as well. All three of these are from the same director, Luciano Ercoli. We've got Death Walks on High Heels, Death Walks at Midnight, and the Forbidden Photos of a Lady Above Suspicion. Now, I gotta admit, the color scheme for this one looks gorgeous. But most people that have been into Giallo and Arrow for some time, you have all three of these films. Two of these were in a box set together previously, and now they're in another box set with the third film. So, kind of an odd choice.
Great if you're new. Luciano Ercoli is a very good director, needs to be better appreciated. But if you've already got all three of them, as I do, then this is kind of a nothing burger.
Yeah, no additional features, of course. And then on top of that, if you've got the original limited set, there's not even a booklet in this, so it's a little less. Either way, this is the title that made a lot of people ask this week: is Arrow the newest lazy boutique? And I will say they're probably not even top 5, sadly.
Well, I mean, they repackage a lot of stuff, but I think that's fine. If you've already got it, you've already got it, and if you don't, then here's a chance to get it as a package. It doesn't like compress the shelf space, because it's a box with 3 full-size cases. So, yeah, I don't see anything wrong with repackaging stuff. Like, they recently did the repackage of 4 Sergio Martino movies. Well, I already had all of them, so I don't need that. But if I didn't have them, I would very much appreciate it. So that kind of stuff doesn't bother me. It's not like they're upcharging you for cards. I don't know. Are there other things that Arrow does that are bothering people?
I think people are throwing it out there because of the upgrades to 4K that are not getting new special features and stuff. Yeah. So I get it. I get the complaints. However, there are labels that are 10 times worse. Much worse.
Yeah, and I know, I've upgraded to a 4K, and I certainly can see the difference between good 4K restorations and good Blu-ray restorations. But with each film that gets upgraded, you can kind of make the decision, even if there are no new features. Like, for example, going back to Shout Scream Factory, I've got the Piranha Blu-ray Steelbook, and I look at the Piranha 4K. Well, it doesn't have anything new,
right?
And it's Piranha. I don't feel the need to go 4K on that. And there are several Arrow titles that I probably would make the same evaluation on.
I get it,
but it's it's up to the individual. I don't see. I see making the critique of the $40 for 5 cards, but the repackaging, and I do get irritated when, like, I get a Blu-ray and then, like, 2 months later a 4K comes out. So I definitely see that criticism, and it's made me hesitate on several titles, because I'm like, 4K might be coming out.
The hard part is a lot of people don't pay attention to what the old scan was. So, sometimes you can tell this got a 2K restoration in 2018, they're probably not going to pony up for a 4K restoration in 2023 to put that out. So you can assume that's likely not coming out on 4K anytime soon.
Yeah, yeah.
Going to the next one. This is that Warner Archive title I mentioned. May 30th, we're getting Looney Tunes Collector's Choice Volume 1.
The greatest television comedy of all time.
As one last month, which we are going to talk about that actually in just a second as well. But this collection highlights some of the most beloved characters that we all know and love. This includes 20 shorts that are making their Blu-ray debut, including Beanstalk Bunny, The Bedeviled Bruin, Catch as Cats Can, Cracked Quack, Daffy Doodles, and a whole bunch more. These are ranging from the 40s and 50s. I believe that's all of them. Yeah, 40s and 50s. And I mean, this looks like a stellar release, and you can pre-order it now on Amazon for less than $20.
Well, Dr. Pepper something or other at the bottom there in the comments.
Oh, yes.
That makes a good question, because there were 6 volumes of a DVD golden collection, and I want to say 3 platinum edition collections. And I'll need to go through and see, the golden editions. All 6 of them were 4-disc collections and had like almost everything.
But those were all DVD, correct?
Right. They were all DVD. And then the Platinum Collection had most of what was in those DVD collections, but not all. And so now the question is going to be, all right, well, this collector's choice, is this new stuff? Is it different from the Platinum collections? Are we finally able to retire some of the DVD collections? I don't know. It requires some very precise research that I haven't done yet.
Yep. So the important part to highlight from this announcement says, derived from 4K scans of the original successive exposure negatives, each short has been remastered and restored for inclusion in this collection. And we do have a question from Joe Jack. Does old animation like this really look better in higher quality scans? Short answer is yes. Long answer is it can look incredibly better. I will happily point out the pictures right now that are showing up from the Disney Movie Club exclusive of Cinderella in 4K is leaps and bounds better than the last Blu-ray releases that have been in our hands for the last 14 years or whatever of Cinderella. So it can look way better in high definition for sure.
Damn. Well, I guess that tells me what's going to happen.
To get these in 4K scans, this looks like a winner. And they did come out and say the amount of sales for this will determine if there's a volume 2. So
well, no, that's coercion.
It is coercion, but it's literally the best anthology comedy of all time, right?
Well, yes, I do believe that. And I did successfully argue against a professional joke teller.
So speaking of arguing against a professional joke teller, we are going to tease something for those of you that are 55 deep, 3 hours and 20 minutes into this stream. We are going to tease Will's next appearance, defending his arguments about the comedies that we did just a few weeks ago. Will, in just a couple short weeks, is going to be defending 80s action movies against Laurent Omanzik from Wicked Vision in Germany, live on this channel. And that is going to be coming up. If you liked the interview with Laurent in, I think it was January that went up, this is going to be amazing.
To quote the X-Men's Nightcrawler, Gott mein Himmel.
I am so stoked for this, and you guys are going to have a battle.
I'm intimidated. I don't know if this is true, but for some reason I picture him wearing like armbands. and that's like an 80s action trope that is very intimidating because it lets you know that this fucker fights and has sweaty wrists. I don't even know. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm scared. I'm determined. I feel duty bound. I feel a sense of patriotism. I don't know. I don't know how this shit's gonna go, man.
For everybody that watched the first episode of In Defense of the Genre, this one is going to be very different because that first one was a shit show. But this is going to be, it was messy. We're going to do things a lot different, and it's going to be fun.
That's my whole strategy.
Well, you're going to have to actually defend against this guy because he knows his shit.
Well, now, if you make things all precise and orderly, then the German is going to have a huge advantage.
Oh, no, it's definitely not going to be precise and orderly, I promise.
Oh.
It'll be different, and it'll be better. But it's going to be amazing. He's going to be an incredible guest, a wonderful opponent, and I honestly don't know who's going to go, come out of the battle alive from this one. All right, continuing on, the next thing in the feed is not a physical media announcement per se, but I did want to highlight... I put up a video today, which is highlighting Rough Cut Video, which is about a friend of mine named Pascal that I just met fairly recently. I got a DM on Twitter, somebody asking a weird question. And the way the DMs on Twitter work, it came across as a message request. I didn't quite see everything, so I basically responded and said, have we talked before? I'm sorry, do I know you? And he explained the situation, and he was asking for some advice. He is opening a physical media store in Calgary, Alberta, Canada. And I helped him. We recorded a video. He gave me a walk through the store. And this guy's story is incredible. He's been working in construction for quite some time, hated it, and left to follow his passion of opening a physical media store. And it opens the day after tomorrow. So give the video a watch. If you are in Canada, he also has a website that you can go to and buy physical media from his store. And it looks great. It looks like a really wonderful place to hang out. I really want to see him thrive up there. So if you are ever in that area, please give it a watch. Please go visit. It has already done some stuff for him. He's already had people reach out after watching the video today. I just hope that we're continuing to see things like this thrive.
If a friend asks for help, you help.
That I did.
Yeah. You know what's funny? We didn't include Letterkenny in that comedy, greatest comedies of all time argument. We should have.
It was on my list, and I didn't know if you or Jeremy had ever seen it, so I was going to add it, but I wanted somebody to be able to talk about it.
Oh my God! I surprised my wife. This was a Valentine's Day gift. I surprised her by.
Did you go to the live show?
Yeah, we went to the live show, and I managed to keep it from her. And we got to the venue, and there were all these people wearing Letterkenny shirts, and she was like, "Wow, there's so many people here who like Letterkenny." And then we walk into the theater, and fucking Jared comes out, and she's like, "Ah!" And it was great. They were so
nice.
It was so funny at the end. He gets up and says, people have the stereotype of Canadians being nice, but I think people in North Carolina are fucking nice too. All right. It was so sweet. Yeah, it's Letterkenny. Love it.
Love it myself. So we got a couple left. First, Kino Lorber, their spring sale is here. Yep. A lot of people have been waiting on this for weeks and weeks. Over 850 titles. We had some people ask for recommendations. Anything? Did you look at the sale yet already?
God damn, man. I'm gonna make I hope my mama's not watching. I'm gonna make an admission to you. Last year when they did this sale, I dropped like $600. And I had a windfall, and I should have devoted it to my children, and I didn't. So in my wish list now, there's decidedly fewer titles.
Well, that's a plus.
But I did notice Tarkovsky's Nostalgia is on sale. If anybody is a Mimi Live fan, you can get Au Pair Girls, Topaz. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff in the $7.99 to $9.99 range that's definitely worth looking at. There are a couple of box sets that are on sale. The kids get to enjoy the films. No, all they do is watch fucking Japanese cartoons that are probably inappropriate, but I don't care enough to check.
Fair warning for everybody looking at nostalgia. I believe Kino is teasing that there was a brand new 4K restoration.
God
so
damn it!
I wouldn't be surprised if that got re-released in the next year.
That explains why it's like $7.99.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you get what you pay for. Which is a nice Blu-ray. It's a nice Blu-ray.
Yeah.
With Kino, I do a lot of blind buys because especially contemporary non-Western films, classic noir Lubitsch films that I haven't seen. There's all kinds of stuff. So I don't know that I would, other than the stuff I singled out and inaccurately. I'd say just that's worth, if you're at work one day and you feel like quiet quitting, go through all like 80 pages of the sale titles, and take the time to find. What does it take to get free shipping? $50?
$50. That's it.
Yeah, take the time to pick out 4 or 5 titles, because you can't really go that wrong, and these sales come along a couple times a year, so you can always come back and check out some more later.
And the big thing, don't forget, this is not just Kino Lorber. There are all kinds of Cohen Media titles for sale, all kinds of Code Red titles for sale, all kinds of Scorpion releasing titles for sale, quite a few. What was the other one? Raro Video. I think there was a few of those.
Oh, and if you're into the old school Kroger Babb, Dwayne Esper roadshow type exploitation films, the originals, like Maniac and Mom and Dad and all that stuff, Child Bride, which shouldn't be allowed to be purchased but is preserved by the Library of Congress for some reason. You can get all of those, all the different marijuana, hilarious marijuana, Reefer Madness type things, but there's way more than Reefer Madness. All of those are on sale, and many of them are worth checking out for the historical commentaries alone.
And I think each one's only $10.
Yeah.
And they're up to 13 or 14 of those now. And if you just want to look at those, just type in Forbidden Fruit and they will all come up. They are astonishing releases, genuinely.
The Forbidden Fruit series.
All right, we got like 2 left, I think. This one is super important cinema. May 16th, we are getting the new release of Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. This is getting, of course, a Best Buy exclusive 4K Steelbook, and it looks like it auto-corrected to Steel Boom, and I'm an idiot. Let's go to the next one, though, because
Well, the good thing about Ant-Man is that they perfect casting, because they don't have to use CGI to shrink him. What I'm saying is Paul Rudd's a little guy.
He's tiny, yeah. That's pretty good.
My oldest daughter, who actually was texting me earlier, she's in college now, so she was not able to go with us to see Bikini Kill. And because I'm a good dad, I sent her some tickets to go with her friends to see Bikini Kill in Silver Springs, Maryland, which is near where she goes to college. Well, so she and I together have seen every single MCU movie up until this one. And because she's not here, thank Christ I haven't had to go to see this piece of crap. But when she gets back, we will see it, probably on Disney Plus or whatever. you know, the theme of this movie, the fact that this guy destroys the multiverse in order to make up for the lost years of spending with his daughter, I get it. I get it. I'd probably do that too. I'd destroy the whole fucking universe for her.
And then the villain gets arrested for strangling somebody.
Oh, too soon. Allegedly. No, I actually think he admitted to it, didn't
he? Yeah, I think so.
But he said it was consensual or something? Oh my God, terrible.
Anyways, June 13th, Kino is giving us The Great Train Robbery from 1978. We get an audio commentary by Michael Crichton.
Good segue.
I tried to rush away from that. Donald Sutherland and Sean Connery. Yeah, I like this art.
Well, it's a little mildly sexist, but yeah, enticing nonetheless. No, this is a fun movie. You know, Crichton only directed a couple of films, but Coma in particular shows that Crichton had the chops. I would say, you know, this might be an unpopular opinion. I think Coma is his best movie as a director. I think The Great Train Robbery is better than Westworld as a film. I enjoy Westworld. I'm talking about the film, not the show. But I really like it's fun. Great Train Robbery is a lot of fun. So check it out. I'm going to be checking it out.
Will Dodson says, check it out. Just going for Joe Bob for you.
3 stars.
Finally, Will is going to talk about his 5-star film.
Oh, yeah.
Blue Underground. Today, they announced that they are giving us Death Dream on 4K. This is from 1974. This is, of course, the Bob Clark film. Wonderful film. Glad we're getting this. This is great. You know, super important. However, I got to throw out, how is Blue Underground still not giving us any new titles? Anyways, enough of the negativity. Go ahead, Will.
Well, all right. So, you know, Lustig has done interviews recently where he's indicated that he feels like the industry, physical media industry, is definitely declining towards death, and so it seems to me that the Blue Underground model at this point is to determine what of their library titles can make a profit on 4K. And, you know, that's his prerogative. I certainly hope a lot of those titles do make it to 4K. And there's still many more to go. This is the one that I was probably the most hopeful for. I was so pleased that it was announced today. I think this is Bob Clark's best movie, and I will argue with Black Christmas people. Black Christmas is his most influential movie, for sure. Well, actually, Porky's probably is.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Black Christmas is his most positively influential movie.
Thank you.
But I mean, Death Dream, if you've never seen it, it's a version of The Monkey's Paw as a Vietnam allegory and a zombie-ish movie. Really more of a revenant, if you want to get technical. Perhaps a ghoul mixed with a revenant. It's a ghoul-evident. So just in addition to it being a beautifully paced slow build, I mean, this is, if you're like, oh, zombie movie, watch with a couple beers, that's not right. This is a film you watch seriously, alertly, analytically. This is not baby geniuses. In Bob Clark's filmography, this is the real shit. This is film with a capital FILM. What else? I don't want to spoil anything about it, because if you haven't seen it before, I don't want to describe anything. I think you need to go into it with an open-mindedness to thinking about uh, war and violence and family and PTSD and um, family as a bond, regardless of whether those relationships are positive or not, but rather as an urge, as an instinct. Um, this film has so much going on. It's so complex, and I if I keep on rambling about it, I'll just go into uselessness. I think Death Dream is one of the best films that Blue Underground has in its library. This is the thing. This is the title I'm most excited about of everything that we've talked about tonight. I have the Blu-ray. I can't wait to sell it for $2 on eBay and and get this.
And with that being the last title of the night, it's got to be pretty special for Will to give it that much attention.
Yeah, so good. It's so good.
Yeah, definitely a wonderful movie, and I hope people check it out.
Yeah.
Will, that is all of the announcements. Unfortunately, we always look at what is coming out next week for those that forgot, and thankfully, there's not too many. Let me pull this up here for everybody. We've got The Fisher King in 4K coming from Criterion, Flashdance in 4K coming, gorgeous from 88 Films, Infinity Pool. If you are going to be checking out Infinity Pool, you may want to grab, I believe it's the Canadian version. That's the uncut, uncensored version.
Yeah, go to Diabolic.
That or Orbit has had it in as well.
Yeah.
Hell is for Heroes from Kino next week. Heart of Dragon from Arrow. The new release of House of a Thousand Corpses that actually has new special features and whatnot. That's next week. Bless the Child and Flashback from Shout Factory. And the Mississippi Gambler from Kino. Calamity of Snakes is a big one for next week. That's coming from Unearthed. That is in at all of the retailers now. Amnesia from Cult Epics is next week. The Green Hornet, that is a VCI release. That's coming out next week. Up Down Fragile from Cohen Media. And then Scare Package 2, Rad Chad's Revenge from RLJE. Then finally, they came to Cordura from Kino Lorber.
Hey, what's that naked fog there?
That is, I was going to try to make a joke. Never mind. I'm not sure on this one. This is a double feature of The Naked Fog and Moonlighting from Film Movement from 1966.
Joe Sarno movies.
Yes, sir.
For those interested in artistic erotica. Yeah, that looks cool.
Artist erotica. And then a bunch of other re-releases, but that's pretty much it.
Okay.
We always have a discussion after these, but holy hell, this has been a long show. We're still going to have a discussion. I'm not canceling it. Don't worry.
Is anybody left? I can't see the YouTube.
You still have 45 diehard fans watching you tonight.
Holy shit. I don't think they're here for me.
Most of them are probably here for you, I promise. Tonight, we are wanting to talk about streaming. So obviously, a lot of us love physical media and look at it as our main passion. I have literally piles on this table with my computer right now. But for price factor, for accessibility factor, for the fact that many of these will never get releases, streaming is still necessary for a lot of people. And what we are trying to talk about tonight is our 5 favorite streaming services. And Will, I'm sure you got some sort of interesting intro that you want to lead into this with. So I'll give you the floor.
Well, so when I got interested in film, there was no option other than physical collecting of VHS. I got into it after the Laserdisc era had already ended. And after when I became an adult and got my first real job, I moved to Eastern Kentucky, which is not known for its social options. And that was the time that Netflix first started as a mail order DVD company, and it really, those first 3-4 years of Netflix, that was my film school. I didn't go to film school for any like formal training, and I was so grateful to have that option. And then when streaming happened, it was in some ways interesting from a sociological and historical perspective, and disheartening from a cinephiliac perspective, to see how streaming services began to, for economic reasons, drop catalog titles in favor of originals or short-term licensed blockbusters and so on. And so now that the field has kind of, I don't want to say stabilized, but it's in the sense that there are dozens of stable services, in the sense that you can subscribe to them without worrying that they're going to disappear anytime soon. Now there are so many that you have to really think about, like, okay, which ones of these do I want to have access to, and for what reason? Certainly there are some that are easier than others than to share with family and friends, and some that you would need to decide to actually shell out a couple bucks to subscribe to. And so yeah, I actually proposed this as an idea to talk about, because as a person who prefers to, like, if I have the choice any night, I'm going to pick something out of the collection. But on the other hand, when somebody's like, well, let's pick something off of a streaming service, I'm never upset about it, because I always feel like there's an opportunity there for something that either I won't have an opportunity to collect, or I'm previewing for possibility of collecting. So that's where this comes from.
But on top of that, again, with that accessibility, there's lots of times when streaming is the only way. It's necessary. It is affordable. It's something where the gate of the price for a lot of these, I mean, we talked about art cards earlier. These releases aren't cheap by themselves either. They're not $40 art cards, but they're not all, $7 to be able to watch 1,000 movies or anything like that. So it's something that is a point of privilege to be able to ingest these physical media releases.
Absolutely, and that goes into my thinking as well. I know we're going to talk about our five, but I'm also going to have kind of a price point based recommendation for people. I assume that most of the people watching this already have like their preferences and have already know most of what we're talking about, but I definitely want to hype some of the ones that I think are doing the Lord's work, Yeah,
I agree. So one last thing that I wanted to throw out about these is just situationally, like right now, Will's in a hotel in Texas. Did you bring any physical releases with you? Probably not.
I brought a couple books.
Right. So if you wanted or had to stream a film, you're not going to bring a Blu-ray player and discs. So
correct. Yeah, I do have plans to open up a streaming service right after we're over, and likely fall asleep to a movie.
Well then, shall we start our list so that we can get people out of here before it's 4 o'clock in the morning?
What time is it?
Oh, 12:15 our time.
Okay. Yeah, let's get going.
All right. What's your five?
Oh man, I thought you were going to go first.
I'll go first then. My five. I'll throw it out there just because you're going to put me on the spot. I'll say Tubi is my number 5.
Yeah,
it's free.
Yeah.
They've got a lot of the releases that some of these disc distributors are putting out, which means you can sample them before you buy them. You can check it out. Hey, I know that the Tubi rip is probably going to be probably DVD quality at absolute best. So I can watch. Personally, the first time I watch a film, I'd rather be able to watch it in the highest quality that I'm going to see it. So I'll watch maybe 10 or 15 minutes of a movie and go, you know what? I'm vibing with this. I'm going to want to watch it. So I'm going to be able to purchase it. But it's a lot easier doing that rather than saying this is a $35 blind buy. Yeah, I'm going to go jump into this. It's a pretty decent service. Don't love the ads, but they got to afford it somehow. On top of all that, like I said, they've got a lot of stuff that these boutiques are putting out. So Severin titles, they've got a ton of Vinegar Syndrome titles. Some of these partner titles are showing up on there. And it's free. You really can't argue with that price point.
Yeah, well, I'm glad I made you go first because then I can like reshuffle as so that we don't overlap. But Tubi was definitely going to be on the list. You do have to, as my friend Julius Benzon pointed out on Twitter, you got to be careful with Tubi because they'll get stuff that's cropped.
Yep.
And you won't necessarily know, but they also get stuff that nobody else. And you know, if you're a fan of what would be the equivalent of direct to DVD films of the 90s, if you're a fan of Debbie Rochon or Tiffany Shepis or Jim Wynorski, you're going to find Fred Olen. You're going to find a lot of their films on Tubi. TV too. You can find things like, you know, Mike Tyson Mysteries, which is one of the greatest shows of all time, in my opinion, is on Tubi. Yeah, great. And I think you're absolutely right. That's great. Julia says hi. It's a great preview service. Yes, absolutely.
All right. You want to throw a number 5 out there, or are you going to say Tubi's your number 5?
No. If you say something overlaps, I'm going to drop it and add something else to my list.
I'm glad I get to go first.
So my number 5 are, well, it's kind of two together, and they're free or purchase as you go, and that's Kino Cult and Kino Now.
My number 4 is Kino Cult.
Oh shit! Well,
love it. Let's talk about Kino Cult.
A lot of good stuff. A lot of curated stuff that's great. Like they'll be like, hey, here's like 3 or 4 or 6 Jess Franco films if you can handle that. A rotating, it's a smaller lineup, but it's constantly rotating. I don't think anybody necessarily looks at Kino Cult as like their go-to. It's more of like it's kind of set up to be like, hey, once a week, check out what's on Kino Cult. That might just be my personal thing. There might be somebody who's like, every hour, do they have new Jean Rollin? But Kino Cult is great, and Kino Now. Oh my God, so much, from the Kino catalog, and you can kind of like pay as you go. So you can see a film, and it's like, oh, $3.99, watch that film. But you don't have to pay for the monthly service, so that's really useful. So those kind of sister channels are very useful. But they're channels that I probably go to less often, in part because I don't pay for like a constant service. It's like a as you go thing.
So Kino Cult has been big for me primarily because I am working from home 24/7 now. This has been my development since pandemic times, basically. And based on that, I had wanted to start watching movies while I work. I've got a job that sometimes I'm in very long meetings that I don't have to participate in all the time. And many times I can have something playing on in the background and pay attention to it 90% and listen to a meeting for 10%. And because of Kino Cult, I don't necessarily have to worry about discs because
Mm.
I'm in an office. I'm not putting up a TV and a disc player and switching out discs or anything like that. But I still want to watch the type of films that I have on disc down here. And so with stuff like Tubi, but more so for me, Kino Cult has been the place where I've gone to stream some of these more titles that maybe, like my wife isn't clamoring to watch some of the stuff on Kino Cult. I can go put it on. And it's honestly, they're not bad movies. They're actually very good movies. But because of the type of movies, she's not going to be pissed if I watch some old 1947 mystery that they're showing or whatever. And they have a pretty damn good selection most months. So
Yes.
I'm loving what they got on there. It's great. They've got captions for me. Need that all the time because my brain is stupid. And it's free. Again, how hard is it to argue with free, especially when it's like Jean-Roland titles and
Yeah.
stuff that if you're buying the disc from them, it's $10 each. Now it doesn't have all the special features if they had them, but also a lot of those older Kino titles had no special features, and they're showing the restorations that are on the discs. They are not lower quality like Tubi stuff. It's all pretty damn great.
Yeah, that's great. Wait, is it my turn again?
Your turn again, because that was my number 4.
So this is my number 4?
Yep.
Okay. So my number 4 is one that I don't watch as much as some of the others, but that I think is really important to support. And what I do watch, I'm really happy about. And that is Troma Now. It is like $5 a month or $50 a year, which is a great price. And you're supporting the oldest independent film studio in the country. They have all of the classic Troma library titles, from Toxic Avenger to Sergeant Kabuga Man, Troma's War, Class Nukem High series. But they also, and this is what I watch the most. They have a lot of shorts, and they're super low budget shorts by first time filmmakers, sometimes by veteran filmmakers. Shorter feature films, sometimes SOV, sometimes shot on film. Most of them are awful, but that's okay, because whenever I go into Troma Now, I am going in with no expectations, and I'm just trying out new stuff. And I really like that variety. I rarely go into their, they've got like, they do have some like catalog titles. They stream like Frankenhooker, Maniac Cop, stuff like that. Some films that Synapse puts out. They have their Roan titles, which are bad transfers of old westerns and noir and stuff like that. I rarely look at those, but I really like the opportunity to check out these short films, student films, short feature films, every now and again, to see if I find a hidden gem. And I do the $50 a year thing, and I never feel bad about that particular expenditure because I know it's going to Troma. Like I don't feel like that's a waste of money at all.
So with Troma Now, not only is all that stuff great, I think that they're one of the better places for propping up modern independent horror.
Mm-hmm.
So you get stuff like Sean Donahue, who directed the documentary that TerrorVision put out, the Blood, Guts, and Sunshine, the Florida horror history.
Oh, yeah.
He's got certain stuff that's on there. They just, I think the 1st of April, I believe, just released, this is a wonderful title, but Human Hibachi 2, which is the sequel to an indie horror film from a couple years ago that made waves at some of these underground like horror film festivals. A lot of these films, they go to festivals and then die because nobody pays for distribution. And because of that, you're left just hanging out nowhere going, I made an indie horror film and it could be really good, just not quite good enough to get signed or didn't get the right exposure. And it goes to languish in obscurity because nobody can see it now. And if you get signed on to something like Troma, not only are people given the chance to see it, but supposedly Troma's like, they don't pay a lot, but they're one of the streaming services that actually pays these people to have their stuff on the surface. And when they get them, they're actually getting a little bit of money for something that they spend a lot of time on.
Yeah, and there's also the exposure.
Yeah,
like nobody else is going to show this stuff, and sometimes for good reason, but but sometimes it's like you find these gems, and that's really what Troma is all about. I love Troma, always have. I had the great pleasure of. Have I told you my Troma story?
maybe not.
Oh man, so this is like several years ago. It was whenever Return to Nukem High was coming out, and Lloyd Kaufman came to Greensboro, got booked at this venue to introduce and show Return to Nukem High, and it was. I mean, it must have been publicized on social media, which I didn't have at the time. This was before I got on Twitter, which is already for old people now. But one of my former students was working at the venue and contacted me and said, "Hey, Lloyd Kaufman's going to be here. I know who Lloyd Kaufman is because I took your class, so you should know about this." And he offered to get me on the guest list, and I was like, "Fuck yeah, I'm going to go back and change your grade to an A." So we got the tickets to see it, and we're getting ready to go. And my I think I was teaching class, and my wife happened to be. So we lived on campus at the time because I'm a faculty in residence, and my wife was kind of standing outside the building where we lived on like the common walkway, and she was talking to her mom about how she was about to go see Lloyd Kaufman present this movie, and this woman was walking by and stopped and said, "Did you say Lloyd Kaufman?" And my wife said, "Yeah, I'm going to go see Lloyd Kaufman from Troma." And the woman said, "Oh, he's my husband." It was Lloyd's wife, and she was on campus because I don't know. She was the former New York Film Commissioner, and she's big in the art world. And she had come to campus to go to our art museum, and which we live next to. So she was like walking to the art museum. So she stopped and talked to my wife for 5 or 10 minutes, and then we go to the thing, and my former student introduces us, and we got to talk for 10, 15 minutes about teaching film and the state of the film industry and whatnot, and we exchanged emails, and we actually emailed back and forth a couple times. So how about that for random, right?
Nice.
My wife's just outside talking on the phone. Thank goodness she's loud.
That's awesome. Speaking of Lloyd Kaufman taking films and throwing them around, just because I try to promote everybody that I possibly can, another kind of like smaller podcast that's been growing quite rapidly, Bloodfest the podcast, another short, small horror film podcast. They just had Lloyd Kaufman on as a guest recently, and they're going to be like hosting a live Q&A and screening of Lloyd's new film Shakespeare's Shitstorm at the Alamo Drafthouse, I believe in New York City. That's coming in May.
Oh, can't wait. Oh man, he's such a cool guy. Like just today, he one of my current students sent a tweet out about the film Vertigo, and he like retweeted it with some Troma movie that's like got some Vertigo influence, and just made the guy's day, And
Nice.
I think he's watching actually. If Dylan's still watching, I saw that tweet, man. Nice job. You got retweeted by the Lloydie.
All right, then. We are on number 3. And my number 3 is going to tie in with Troma now because it's the same price. $5 a month or $50 a year. I got to go with Shudder. I mean, obviously, this is a no-brainer. Yeah. Some incredible original content. It's the home of Joe Bob Briggs nowadays. Some of the best documentaries that we've seen in horror and cult film over the last 5 years. We've got a home for some of these classic films coming out. We've got modern independent horror that's not backed by studios that are getting streaming releases and then getting Blu-ray releases through RLJE, through many of them. High quality films, it's hard to argue with. $50 a year for a full year of Shudder, and that's a lot of Joe Bob Briggs. That's a lot of brand new horror, and then on top of that, new catalog titles every single month. Plus, the Boulet brothers, their show. You've got the Wolf Creek shows on there. You've got multiple documentaries that were produced by Shudder that will be there forever because they were made by Shudder. They've done some incredible stuff on Shudder.
Yeah, it's funny because I get irritated by the way Netflix, Hulu, and Amazon originals crowd out some of the catalog titles. Shudder's a little bit different because they're obviously they're owned by AMC and they go through all their industry crap, but their originals, as you explained, their documentaries, their original shows. Obviously, the Joe Bob Briggs is, for many people, worth the price of admission alone.
Right.
Their originals, I think, are a little bit different because they don't crowd stuff out. They just enhance their catalog stuff. I like the way they curate. I like the live stream of Shudder. It does have some technical problems sometimes. Like I have to reboot it every time Joe Bob Live comes on.
See, I think that depends on how you watch it. I've literally never had to do that on anything.
I watch it through the Apple TV. So
do I, and I've never had to sign out, sign in,
really?
Reboot, nothing. Yeah.
Well, I got like 4,000 college students streaming at the same time as I am on the network. That might be it. But even that's not that big of a deal because I reboot it. I missed half of the theme song and then I'm fine. But yeah, Shudder was actually going to be my number 3 as well. The documentaries, as you say, the originals, as you say, the Joe Bob, as you say, they also get a lot of the Vinegar Syndrome titles.
Yep.
And Joe Bob ends up picking up a lot of the Vinegar Syndrome titles, which is really nice. Shudder's indispensable. Like, even though I was going to rank it my number 3, if I had to choose only one streaming service, as long as they have Joe Bob, that would probably be like my desert island.
Wow.
Service. I still rank it number 3 for reasons I'll explain in my last 2. And I hope I've added enough in my ramblings on to justify you having it number 3 and me having it number 3 as well.
I stole one and you stole one, so it makes sense.
Yeah, but this time I didn't replace it. I just said, no, I'm going to keep going.
That's what I'm saying. I didn't replace one of yours, and now you didn't replace one of mine. So now we're even, and now everything else has to be replaced.
Fuck. Okay. We'll see. We'll see what happens next then.
So getting away from the cult stuff, my number 2 is Hulu. I actually watch Hulu a lot because I don't have physical media for a lot of TV, and Hulu is the best for TV, in my opinion. They've got the biggest thing. They've got the FX network, and I seem to jive with a lot of the FX shows. They also get a lot of the modern shit that my wife watches that she wants me to watch with her. They've got all of the Fox shows. They've got all of the silly stuff that when my wife falls asleep, I can enjoy watching while I'm, doing disconnected announcements or something. So I can put on Shark Tank and actually be interested a little bit while I'm doing something else. There's so much that I do that Hulu is on in the background for. It might be my most watched streaming service easily.
Yeah, I'm less of a TV guy in general, and to get a TV show on physical media takes, like, I have to really want it.
Yeah.
So Hulu is great for that reason, especially in getting new seasons. I mean, that's where I watch Letterkenny, Archer, Bob's Burgers, and I tried to hit Jeremy with this in our comedy thing, like, who watches FX? What kind of station is that? Well, people who have Hulu watch FX.
Exactly.
So yeah, that's good. And some of their original stuff is, I very much enjoyed Prey, the Predator sequel, and we just got around to watching the Hellraiser reboot that we enjoyed. Not enough to necessarily want a physical release, but definitely enjoyed seeing it. Yeah, Hulu's really useful that way. It's got all kinds of tiers and everything, so I get a little confused with it. But I've got my sister's password, so that's where I am.
My number one is actually one where I use my sister's password. So
okay, so am I at number 2 now?
You're at number 2.
Okay, my number 2 is Criterion. And I don't even feel like I have to explain it, but I will. I really appreciate, and some people complained about this at the beginning, but I really appreciate the way they curate their channel. You get bundles or anthologies of thematic collections, or actor-based or director-based, or genre-based. Like their Afrofuturism selection was fantastic. I love the fact that they have so many shorts. I love the way they pair a short with a feature. I love the way they pair double features. I love the way they promote Saturday matinees for kids. They really, the problem with streaming services is the length of the license for whatever they're showing. And Criterion does a really good job of making the most of their license by hyping these curated packages. So you get excited. It's like, oh well, I've got a month to watch all of these winter-bound westerns, which was one of my favorite packages they put together, by the way, because there were like 10 films that I already had on Blu-ray, but then there were another 5 or 6 films that like are completely unavailable, and all were worth watching. So you get the combination of the typical catalog stuff, the stuff that sells well on physical media, but you also get they can get really adventurous with short films by trans women of color, type of things. And I'm not saying that flippantly. I'm saying like that's legit. You get so much more representation among the filmmakers and the represented actors in these in the streaming service. So it's 100% worth it. And if you subscribe, you get like little gift certificates to use on the various Criterion site sales. So it's extra worth it. It's what I think it's like $99 a year now,
something like that. And then you get I believe it's usually two $10 certificates for the website. So it's basically, if you're going to be buying stuff from the Criterion sale anyway, it's basically $80 a year for the streaming service.
Yeah, totally worth it. I think if you're a charter member, it was like $89, and now it's $99. Yeah, but you get those gift certificates, and stuff will disappear after a while, but a lot of times it cycles back. Right now they're having like a Joan Bennett festival, and like a lot of people in the circle that's on this channel know Joan Bennett only from like Suspiria and Dark Shadows, and you get to see all these film noirs she was in, and films noir that she was in, and other things. So yeah, Criterion's just whatever you think of them as in terms of their physical media release, their streaming channel is impeccable. It really is.
Well, and at risk of revealing what your number one is, since I don't know what it is, I apologize. But I think Criterion and Mubi are the only two that have the personal curatorial touch that
Yeah.
you do not get anywhere else. They, I mean, last month in, I think it was March, it might have been February because of the show, but they brought on, because Michelle Yeoh was winning the
Yeah.
Oscar and was a big deal. They brought on this big Michelle Yeoh fest.
Yeah.
Frank Yang, who does all of these Hong Kong commentaries on all these releases that we love, had a hand in curating what films went on there and what special features were revealed on the channel. And that's the other thing, is they actually have special features on the Criterion channel. No one else really does that as nearly as much as Criterion. Obviously, there's a few others, like Netflix has a couple commentaries. There's a couple others that have some stuff, but Criterion has a lot of special features. Not quite all of them, but a lot of them. So that curatorial touch, where a person is literally putting this together for you, thinking, I think that people that are watching this or appreciating Michelle Yeoh, these are the ones that they will want to see right now. That's a big deal. That algorithmical looking at things that we're finding with every other service, it just loses that entire special feeling, and it's such a detriment to the future of how we're doing this. Because if you look at our history, film festivals and you know, curating a night of films for your friends when you were 19, hanging out and you know, in your first apartment, that was a big deal. And that personal touch is not something that an algorithm can really grab a hold of. It's so different, and you can feel it with something like Criterion a movie.
Yeah, absolutely.
My number one is kind of similar to Criterion, in that my number one is HBO Max. And HBO Max is my number one because not only do they have all of the HBO properties, well, most of the HBO properties. Apologies there.
I think Roku has gotten about a third of them.
Yeah. They've got a lot of the Warner titles. And then on top of that, they have a ton of the Criterion films on there. They don't have any of the special features, but the fact that they share a lot of the catalog there, all of it blending together, is kind of perfect for me. And I go back to that so often. Every single month on the channel, in our Discord for our Patreon, we do a monthly watch along, and 9 times out of 10 it's over HBO Max, because it's reliable, it's got great titles, and it's got so many from the Criterion collection. So if we're gonna have an art housey month, it's something that we can watch. Like we just watched Blowout. We just watched In the Mood for Love recently, or not In the Mood for Love, the other Wong Kar-wai. I don't remember what we watched. Either way, we're watching from HBO Max because it's the perfect way to mix films. I have loved their catalog. It sucks that HBO, Warner, whatever the whole head is right now, has just gutted some of these. Chungking Express, that's the other one. Thanks, Flickering. Has gutted some of these titles and taken it away. Yeah. It sucks, but some of the other stuff, I mean, HBO has some of the best documentaries of all time. HBO has some of the best comedy of all time. They've got tons of great stand-up on there. They've got modern films. They've got there's so much on there. And then on top of that, they're licensing stuff just like other services.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, and my sister pays for it and I don't, so it helps.
That is useful.
But I do give her my Shudder, so
yeah. I hope nobody's watching as we admit these things, but yeah, you know, HBO Max is, I mean, well, the fact that it has Curb Your Enthusiasm alone,
that helps.
But yeah, their television, Boardwalk Empire, The Wire, the Harley Quinn,
Sopranos,
the tons of animated DC stuff, yeah,
films and TV shows.
Yeah. Yeah, HBO Max has a lot of great stuff for sure. And, you know, as I go into my number one, with apologies to HBO Max, to Amazon Prime, to Netflix, like all of those services have tons of great stuff. Don't worry, nobody's watching. Thanks, Dan. All of them, Amazon and Prime in particular, has so many great music documentaries and old, classic Hollywood movies that you can't see anywhere else. Netflix has so many like East Asian movies, Indian movies, for example. So those, I don't hate on any streaming service really. BritBox, honorable mention to BritBox, which has so much great stuff. My number one is going to be a little out of left field though. My number one is Full Moon. Coming full circle from our earlier conversation, but I want to defend it. Full Moon is the Criterion of sleaze. Because well, for one, you've got the stable catalog of everything that Empire and Full Moon owns. You have the rotating selection of Euro trash and Jess Franco again, and there's like a whole Nazi exploitation category, but then you also have similar to Trauma, spotlights for brand new films, super low budget films by new filmmakers, either doing new things or rebooting franchises. Like there was the Miskatonic miniseries that came out, the Baby Oopsie, the all that stuff. The new Subspecies movie is coming soon. So many extras. You got the Charles Band podcast there. You get the curated collections. You have the catalog, and you have so many films that are, a much larger catalog than Troma, of low budget, direct to video, theatrical exploitation films, and so on. And I just think, in terms of preservation, Full Moon is actually doing a service beyond that of Criterion, in preserving less prestigious genres and filmmakers. The price is great. It's under $60 a year, and you get so much for it.
Well, and multiple times a year, you can get a full year of streaming, and they'll give you like the whole Puppet Master collection on Blu-ray, or God, they've done a couple of those. I can't remember any of the other ones, but you'll get something out of it to make it even more appealing to subscribe.
Yeah, you get little bonuses like discounts on your Full Moon hoodies and your Delirium magazines and so on. And now we know we got a new Puppet Master movie coming from Master Chaos, so that premium is going to get a little bit richer. I'm going to be honest. It surprised me that I decided on Full Moon as my number one, but when
it surprised all of us.
But when I thought about it, I was like, you know what? That it's legit. I'll defend it. I think Criterion's my solid number two, but if I had to choose between the two of them, I'd go with Full Moon. I would do it.
We are ending tonight on Full Moon streaming.
It's really good. Y'all look. If y'all haven't checked
I've had it before.
Do it. Yeah, do it.
I've had it before, and I had it because I got one of those bundles where it came free with something. I don't remember what I bought, but I got a full year, and it got some Blu-ray collection, and I watched 2 or 3 things on there. Nothing huge, but I'm sure it's probably improved since then as well. It's been a few full years.
They just got 3 brand new. You know who's just joined the Full Moon fold? Jim Wynorski. That's right.
That's right.
You got like 3 brand new Wynorski movies on Full Moon, exclusive.
I will run to Full Moon then. Thank you. Well, I think that we have compiled that for the most part. Any honorable mentions that we didn't mention at all that you want to shout out? Anything good for?
Well, the stream has just gone 420, so Evil Bong should get a shout out. Ginger Dead Man, etc. Keep it going, full moon. Shout outs to what? Other.
Any other streaming services? Like the one that I really wanted to say was still maybe the most accessible is Canopy. If you've got a library card, you can sign up for Canopy for the most part, and they have all kinds of stuff, and it's free for the most part.
Yeah, Canopy is great. If you're like me and you're in a university, the thing about Canopy is you have to, for budgetary reasons, you have to request the license for each film that you want to see, and then they'll ask you like, what class is it for? And I'm like, I don't know, I'm doing research. So that can be kind of inconvenient, but yeah, they have access to everything from Cannibal Holocaust to like documentaries about early women filmmakers of the silent era. So yeah, Canopy is a good honorable mention. Let me see if there's any more honorable mentions. There are some that I haven't experienced. Like I haven't experienced Screambox or Arrow has their streaming service, but I think it's almost entirely stuff that's already on physical media for them.
Not just them. They do Vinegar Syndrome packages too.
Yeah. So for somebody like me, I don't need Arrow streaming because I've already played all those titles.
But it is a cost-effective way to ingest much of the Arrow catalog if you're not buying the discs or just want to save a ton of money.
Right. If you haven't thrown away your children's future on the Arrow back catalog
we have already. Yeah.
The only other service that I've
you said that so nonchalantly.
Yeah, well, the only other service I have access to is Apple TV, and I can't really figure out how it works. Because like everything I click on, it says I have to pay for a subscription or something. I don't know. I watched some Ted Lasso episodes, and I got irritated about how it made me feel. So I'm done with Apple TV.
Is that because you were attracted to Jason Sudeikis? Or?
No. I don't think. I probably find him less funny than his ex-wife finds him. And actually, that sounded mean, and I don't mean it to sound mean. There's been some tabloid headlines. No, I tried watching Ted Lasso because everybody's like, Ted Lasso's amazing. And the episodes, and Julian Temple's daughter is in it, and she's delightful. Ted Lasso kind of drew me in, and I got like emotionally invested for a minute. But then I was like, wait, why am I emotionally invested in these characters and the subject matter that I have no interest in? Right. And then I was like, well, this is kind of manipulative. And then all the backstory stuff of how like everybody's repressing their pain and everything came out, and I was like, well, I don't need this. I've repressed my own pain. I don't.
There's plenty of repression here.
Yeah, I don't need Jason Sudeikis to let me know that I'm not handling things right. I've got wine for that.
Lots of it.
So my point is, I don't watch anything really on Apple TV. I haven't checked out any of the like Paramount Plus or CBS Plus or anything like that. For me, the streaming services that I want to check out are the ones that are preserving the kinds of films that I'm most interested in. So the big streaming services with the big IPs are less important to me.
I would understand that. Yeah. Any others that we missed in the comments? I know that we had some mention of Peacock. I mean, Peacock has had some decent stuff. They've got a lot of the Universal titles. A lot of people subscribed to Peacock just for Megan earlier this year. A lot of people subscribed just for Halloween Kills or Halloween Ends. There's a few other titles.
And there are other things like the Archives of Forgotten Films, free places that have like tons of movies that nobody's aware of, and those are great, but they're kind of It's funny. The free stuff is the afterthought. Like Tubi manages to get into our mindset, but we almost feel like we're paying for it because there's ads. But then there's stuff like Archives of Forgotten Films, and we never check those out, which is funny.
The Peacock, I guess, has old wrestling stuff too. So a lot of people are into it for that.
Well, when they say old wrestling, what do they mean? Do they mean like Boogie Woogie Man, Rock and Roll Express, or do they mean Gorgeous George, Woody Strode?
Yes, they do.
I'm real particular about my wrestling history.
Well, I think it's probably time to call it a night then, because it's been 4.5 hours.
Did we get the record?
No, not even close.
What's the record?
Like 5.5 hours.
Oh, what do you want to talk about next?
How you've already gone to the bathroom multiple times, and I haven't stood up in 5 hours.
I went one time. Okay. Yeah. The other times that I went off camera was to grab something from the refrigerator.
Sure. All right. Everybody, this has been a long, wonderful night. I hope you've enjoyed this. Will is back the first week of every month on Reconnected, but maybe more exciting this month, at least. In just a couple weeks, he is here to face Laurent Omanzik from Wicked Vision in Germany on the second episode of In Defense of the Genre, talking about 80s action films, and it's going to be amazing.
I feel like this is some sort of like Rocky type of situation, or something like that.
And I can't even jog up the stairs, so I'm screwed.
Yeah, we're gonna have to. Well, I'm looking forward to finding out the format and the selection process, and I look forward to meeting Laurent, who was a very charming guest with an encyclopedic knowledge of film, and this will be an excellent international connection. Shit, man. Here we go. I'm stoked on it. I hope you guys have had a good time. As usual, I do want to say thank you to everybody that's been hanging out, but also I need to update this. But here is a list of patrons for the channel. If you guys are interested in the Patreon, please click on the Patreon link in the description below. And for anybody listening to this audio-wise or watching this, it would be very helpful if you threw on some sort of a review on like Apple Podcast or on anything for the show, because it does help. It does help to spread the word a little bit more. And if you haven't subscribed yet, you probably should. We get a lot of people that watch this every week that have never subscribed. And come on, it's one little button. Just click it. I don't get it. Smash it, motherfucker.
Okay. I'm going to end it on that. Thanks, guys. See you next Thursday.